Chapter 884. After entering the Green Tortoise Tribe's continent, Suchin immediately ordered the intelligent war chariot to search for the Green Tortoise Tribe. The Green Tortoise Tribe's population was only a few million. After a few massacres, their numbers had been greatly reduced. The intelligent war chariot searched for a while before finding a Green Tortoise Tribe city. There were only a few tens of thousands of people there. Then the intelligent war chariot sped over. After arriving at the city, Suchin summoned everyone, including his spiritual pets, and gave the order to massacre the entire city. A group of experts swarmed forward, causing a storm of blood in the city. The highest level of the Green Tortoise Tribe was only level 3. In the eyes of Suchin and the others, they were even less than ants. In less than half an hour, the tens of thousands of Green Tortoise Tribe members in the city were all killed. After collecting the fragments, Suchin headed to the next target. In the next few days, the intelligent war chariot carried everyone from south to north, from west to east, turning the Green Tortoise Tribe's continent into a sea of blood. It was like purgatory. During this time, Suchin collected tens of thousands of fragments. After sorting them out and exchanging them, the total number of energy points exceeded 100,000, reaching a new milestone. Suchin knew that if this continued, the people would inevitably get tired of it. For this, he exchanged for a lot of constitution potions as a reward to boost their morale. The greatest goal of a cultivator was to increase their cultivation. After obtaining the constitution potions to level up, everyone was extremely excited. Although they did not know where Suchin got the constitution potions, they vaguely felt that it had something to do with killing the other tribes. Suchin, the Green Tortoise Tribe is almost extinct. Do you still want to continue killing? Wu Yazi asked as they were heading to the next location. In his opinion, killing the Green Tortoise Tribe members was not a big deal. However, exterminating the Green Tortoise Tribe was not a good idea. After all, there had to be a reason why a tribe could survive until now without being exterminated. Suchin could not care less. It was the Green Tortoise Tribe who killed the humans first. Even if the Green Tortoise Tribe was uprooted, they only had themselves to blame. Kill all the Green Tortoise Tribe members in the valley. Let's go to another realm. Suchin thought for a moment and replied. Tens of thousands of Green Tortoise tribesmen were gathered in a huge valley ahead of them. It was very likely that this was the last stronghold of the Green Tortoise tribesmen. After the Green Tortoise Tribe was eradicated, there were not many Green Valley tribesmen left. It was no different from being exterminated. Wu Yazi couldn't help but click his tongue. Suchin was determined to slaughter the myriad races. Those races that offended Suchin might really be exterminated. When they arrived at the valley, the swift bird warned. Master, I feel that there's some danger in the valley. There should be a super strong existence inside. Danger? Suchin raised his eyebrows. Would he encounter any danger on the Green Turtle continent? Could it be that the experts of the other races had come to help? Thinking of this, Suchin got the intelligent war chariot to observe the situation in the valley. Master, the strongest in the valley is only level 3. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Only level 3? Not only did Suchin not feel relieved, but he also frowned. The swift bird's senses were definitely not wrong. This meant that the experts in the valley had the ability to hide from the intelligent war chariot's detection. However, no matter what kind of expert it was, he was not afraid in the slightest on the continent. Satoshi, enter the valley. Suchin ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot accelerated and rushed into the valley. The valley was very vast. Tens of thousands of Green Tortoise tribesmen were gathered together. In front of them stood 4 huge stone statues. Each stone statue was very lifelike. They were the faces of the Green Tortoise tribesmen. Chapter 885. Why aren't these guys running away? Qi Mufeng asked curiously. In the past few days, they had been wantonly slaughtering the Green Tortoise Tribe. They had become demons in the eyes of the Green Tortoise Tribe. In the past, no matter how many Green Tortoise Tribe members they encountered, they would always flee. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation where not only did they not run, they even put up a desperate fight. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This situation caused him to be on guard. Suchin was not in a hurry to give the order to kill. Instead, his gaze fell on the 4 stone statues. After a glance he asked Swiftbird, "Shao Sun, did your danger signal come from these 4 stone statues?" "Yes." Swiftbird nodded and said, "Master, I feel that they are all alive. They don't seem to be dead." Hearing this, everyone in the carriage was stunned. The 4 stone statues were all alive. This was something that even puppets did not have. Suchin pondered for a moment, then got out of the carriage and headed straight for the 4 stone statues. When the Green Tortoise tribe members saw Suchin walking over, they all retreated in fear. Suchin's main target was the 4 stone statues. He did not pay attention to the Green Tortoise tribe members. When he was 50 meters away from the stone statues, he stopped and said loudly, "Stop sneaking around. Come out." "Human, are you really going to kill us all, and not let the Green Tortoise tribe live?" Suddenly an old voice drifted through the valley. The one who spoke was one of the 4 stone statues. "Stone statues can speak?" Wu Yazi and the others were stunned. Suchin narrowed his eyes and glanced at the stone statue that spoke. He chuckled and said, "It was you Green Tortoise tribe members who slaughtered us humans first. Why can't I eradicate you?" "Human killing is nothing. Although we Green Tortoise tribe are in the wrong, we have also paid a heavy price. I hope you will stop now." The other stone sculpture also spoke at this moment. Suchin curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You think I'll stop just because you say so? What else do you want?" The 3rd stone statue roared angrily, "I will wipe out the Green Turtle tribe from this world." Suchin's body was surrounded by a strong murderous aura as he replied coldly. He had already sensed that these 4 stone statues were probably the ancestors of the Green Turtle tribe. It was very likely that his cultivation had reached the saint level. But so what? He had killed quite a number of saint-level existences recently. "You're going too far." The 3rd stone sculpture flew into a rage and roared at Suchin. Suchin's expression was calm as he mocked, "You're just an old tortoise. Do you think you're qualified to be a human? So what if I bully you?" "Ah." The 3rd stone sculpture was about to explode from anger. He roared at the 1st stone sculpture, "Boss, let's fight it out with him." "Shut up." The 1st stone statue scolded, then turned to Suchin and said, "Human, we can give you something as compensation." "I can give you something, but I'm not interested in ordinary things." He snorted coldly. The 1st stone puppet asked anxiously, "What do you want?" Suchin narrowed his eyes and said calmly, 100 level, 10 energy stones, 100 mechanical hearts, or something of equivalent value. I will consider it." Whether it was level 10 energy stones or mechanical hearts, they were all very precious. Not to mention 100, it would be good enough if he could take out one. Suchin's exorbitant demand showed that he had no intention of negotiating with the Green Tortoise tribe. He was completely toying with them. Chapter 886. 100 Mechanical Hearts. The 1st stone statue gnashed its teeth and muttered. Suddenly, a violent murderous aura emanated from its body. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of cracking sounds, the huge body of the stone statue shattered into pieces. Large pieces of stone fell to the ground, revealing a giant green tortoise that was more than 10 feet tall. At the same time, the other 3 stone statues also shook off the stones on their bodies and revealed their true forms. The 4 green tortoises all exuded a terrifying aura. Clearly, they were all sage-level existences. Suchin narrowed his eyes and glanced at it. He raised his eyebrows and muttered, "Ninja turtle?" The 4 green tortoises in front of him had a strip of cloth tied around their heads. The eldest held 2 swords, the second a samurai staff, the third a dagger, and the 4th a nunchaku. It was exactly the same as the cartoon Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that he had seen in his previous life. Suchin clicked his tongue and said indifferently, "Are you guys going to fight me?" The 4 sage-level existences were definitely a force to be reckoned with, but they were still nothing in front of him. The green tortoise with 2 swords replied coldly, "Human, leave now. We won't lower ourselves to your level." "Won't lower themselves to my level?" Suchin sneered and said sarcastically, "Killing the 4 of you is as easy as blowing off dust for me." "Boss, he's too arrogant. Let's do it." The green tortoise with the samurai staff could not take it anymore. Then don't just stand there. Let's do it. Su-chun provoked. Kill. The green tortoise with 2 swords gritted his teeth and roared. Originally, he did not want to fight Su-chun. After all, they had heard of Su-chun's strength. Furthermore, the reason why they had turned into stone statues was to prolong their lives. Once they fought, their life force would be depleted quickly. However, Su-chun was too arrogant and had always been overbearing. Even if they did not fight, Su-chun would not let them go. Immediately, the 4 green tortoise tribesmen attacked Su-chun. Su-chun stretched out his hand and shook it. Suddenly, a golden light shone from his wrist. Then the gold-devouring beetle, the diamond willow, and the flaming phoenix, 3 level 10 soul pets, flew out. Under Su-chun's instructions, each of them charged towards a green tortoise. At this moment, Chi Mufeng and the others arrived. Without needing Su-chun's orders, they surrounded the 4 green tortoise tribesmen. Seeing so many powerful beings appear, the 4 green turtle tribesmen were completely dumbfounded. At first, they thought that the 4 of them would be able to suppress Su-chun. Who would have thought that Su-chun would have so many helpers, and each of them was outstanding. In the blink of an eye, they were completely suppressed. Leave the one with the stick to me. Su-chun sneered and charged towards the green tortoise warrior. Previously, this fellow was the one who was the most arrogant. Su-chun planned to teach him a lesson. Boom. With a loud bang, the green tortoise warrior was smashed to the ground by the integrated 5 extremes mountain. A deep hole appeared in the ground. Seeing this, the dual-wielding green tortoise felt a chill in his heart. Su-chun's strength was far greater than he had imagined. With so many powerful beings, they had no chance of winning this battle. Stop. I'm willing to give you 50 mechanical hearts as compensation. Seeing that the green tortoise warrior was about to be killed by Su-chun, the dual-wielding green tortoise roared in desperation. All of you stop! Su-chun yelled. 50 mechanical hearts were extraordinary. It was enough to exchange for the lives of the 4 green tortoise tribesmen. Of course, if the other party did not have any and was just stalling for time, he would torture them to death. Chapter 887. Chi Mufeng and the others stopped and stared at the 4 green tortoise tribesmen to prevent them from escaping. Give it to me. Su-chun looked at the green tortoise tribesmen and asked for the mechanical heart. Here you go. The dual-bladed green tortoise race being was quite straightforward. He tossed the storage bag to Su-chun. Su-chun released his spiritual force to wrap it up, and then extended it into check. When he saw that there were really 50 mechanical hearts in the storage bag, his expression changed. At first, he thought that the green tortoise tribesman was up to something. He didn't expect that there really were mechanical hearts. However, Su-chun didn't know much about mechanical hearts, so he couldn't be sure if they were real or fake. Therefore, he called the intelligent war chariot over and asked it to confirm. Master, these aren't mechanical hearts. They're fake. The intelligent war chariot observed for a while and immediately gave an answer. Fake? Su-chun's face suddenly turned cold. He turned around and looked at the green tortoise tribesman. He saw that the green tortoise tribesman had a strange smile on his face, as if his scheme had succeeded. Su-chun immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to throw the storage bag away, the storage pouch exploded with a bang. Then thousands of red threads shot out from it and entangled with each other, forming a huge red light shield that covered Su-chun and the others. The 4 green tortoise tribesmen suddenly disappeared the moment the red light shield appeared. Su-chun, we seem to be in a teleportation array, and it's already activated. Wu Yazi reminded him. Teleportation array? Su-chun's expression turned serious. He opened the chaos space and took everyone and the intelligent war chariot into it. He didn't dare to be careless when he didn't know where he would be teleported to. If he was teleported into the void and fell into the void turbulence, it would be troublesome. As soon as Wu Yazi and the others entered the chaos space, Su-chun felt his vision blur. At the same time, the world also began to spin. In the blink of an eye, they were teleported away. A few seconds later, Su-chun appeared in a small, dilapidated village. There were people moving around in all directions. Zombies. Suchin opened his mouth slightly when he saw that the moving figures were all zombies. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen a zombie for a long time. Suddenly seeing so many zombies, there was an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Suchin's appearance quickly attracted the zombies' attention. "There's a human, kill him." No one knew who shouted, but all the zombies in the village rushed towards Suchin. So many intelligent zombies? Suchin was slightly stunned. Judging from their aura, these zombies were very weak. The strongest one was only level 2. However, they knew how to communicate and speak. These were all characteristics of intelligence. He was somewhat surprised to see so many intelligent zombies appear all of a sudden. Just as a large number of zombies rushed in front of him, Suchin raised his hand and punched out. The violent wind from his fist swept over. Not only did it kill the zombies, but it also destroyed the small village behind them. The only surviving level 2 zombie was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. Suchin spared his life mainly because he wanted to find out some information. Then he released his spiritual power and pulled the level 2 zombie in front of him. "Tell me, where is this place?" Suchin stared at the level 2 zombie and asked coldly. "Senior, this is the zombie nation." The level 2 zombie swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice. Chapter 888. Zombie Nation? Suchin pondered for a moment before asking. "You mean this is the territory of the zombies? There are no other races?" "Yes, this place is full of zombies." The level 2 zombie nodded and replied. Hearing this, Suchin's mind started to turn. He then asked calmly, "How big is the zombie nation? How many zombies are there?" If there were many zombies here, he could consider staying here to slaughter them and collect a batch of fragments. The zombie nation is boundless, and there are hundreds of millions of our people. The level 2 zombie replied truthfully. "You're not lying to me?" Suchin asked coldly. "A boundless area? Tens of thousands of zombies?" No matter which one it was enough to shock him. He even thought that the level 2 zombie was not telling the truth. "Senior, I'm telling the truth." The level 2 zombie nodded furiously. After seeing Suchin kill hundreds of zombies with one punch, he was already scared out of his wits. He did not dare to hide anything. Suchin's eyes flashed. He then asked, "Why are there so many of you?" 100 million zombies was too terrifying. Even on the mysterious heavenly continent, there were only a few 100 million humans. "Senior, we can also reproduce," the level 2 zombie said bluntly. "Reproduce?" Suchin was stunned. He whispered, "Be more specific. How do you reproduce?" "Yes," the level 2 zombie replied and explained. "Although we are zombies, we are different from the zombies in the outside world. We can get married and have children just like you humans." Zombies could get married and have children? Suchin was completely stunned. According to the level 2 zombie, the zombies here were of a different race. They were indeed different from the zombies he had seen before. Suchin took a deep breath and killed the level 2 zombie without warning. No matter what race the zombies here belonged to, he only knew that killing them would result in fragments. After a while, he collected the fragments and called the intelligent vehicle, Wu Yazi, and the others out of the chaos space. "Suchin, where is this place?" Wu Yazi asked as he scanned his surroundings and discovered that he had arrived at an unfamiliar place. "Zombie Nation," Suchin replied. Hearing this, everyone was confused. It was the first time they had heard of the Zombie Nation. Suchin then told him what he had learned from the level 2 zombie. When they heard that zombies could also reproduce, everyone's eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. "We can't be sure whether it's true or not," Suchin said lightly, and then said to the intelligent chariot, "Satoshi, search around and see if there are any zombies." "Master, there are a lot of zombies around, but they haven't gathered together." The intelligent war chariot searched for a while and quickly replied. Suchin nodded and gestured for everyone to get into the car. Then he ordered, "Satoshi, let's go and hunt the zombies. We'll start with the nearest ones." "Yes." The intelligent war chariot was ignited and started moving in a certain direction. In the next 10 days, the intelligent war chariot ran around and kept looking for zombies. During this period, They killed more than 100,000 zombies. Suchin took the opportunity to collect a large number of fragments, and the total number of energy points exceeded 100,000. Moreover, he also obtained a very important piece of news. There were actually saint-level zombies here, and there was more than one of them. The strongest among them had reached stage 2 saint level. Chapter 889. Suchin pondered for a moment and asked Qi Mufeng, "Brother Qi, can you exert the strength of a sage here? This place is very special. I can't feel any suppression from the power of the realm. It's not a problem for me to exert the strength of a sage." Qi Mufeng said truthfully. Qi Mufeng was not suppressed, which meant that zombies could also exert the strength of a sage. However, Suchin did not care. He was not strong enough to be a stage 2 sage. Moreover, he still had more than 100,000 energy points. It should not be a problem for him to advance to stage 2 sage. He was invincible in the same level and could kill enemies of a higher level. No one could stop him in the zombie nation. He was still an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Satoshi, find the next target. Suchin gave the order and opened the Doomsday Mall. Since this place was not suppressed by the power of the realm, he planned to raise his cultivation level in advance. When he entered the void in the future, his safety would be better guaranteed. The level 11 all attributes fragment cost 15,000 energy points. Suchin did not hesitate and directly exchanged for one. The exchange was successful. He officially became a false sage. Then he looked at the level 12 all attributes fragment. When he saw that it required 20,000 energy points, he hesitated for a moment and exchanged for it. Stage 1 sage. Suchin clenched his hands, unable to hide his excitement. After advancing 2 levels in a row, he did not plan to continue exchanging. If one's cultivation level advanced too quickly without a period of buffering and settling, it would easily cause damage to one's body. It would be counterproductive. After exchanging for the all attributes fragment, he turned to study the items that cost 10,000 energy points. So far, there were still the 5 elements Thunder Purgatory Formation, Disillusionment Blaze Feather Divine Dragon, and 10,000 swords in one that had not been exchanged. Suchin looked at these 3 items back and forth several times. In the end, he spent 10,000 energy points to exchange for 10,000 swords in one. 10,000 swords in one sounded like a swordsmanship from the name. He had experienced the power of swordsmanship firsthand. Regardless of whether it was the man and sword as one or the 10,000 lightning sword transformation technique, their destructive power was immense. Suchin had long been drooling over swordsmanship, so he chose to exchange for 10,000 swords in one. The moment the exchange was successful, the feedback came. After Suchin finished reading, he was stunned. 10,000 swords in one was indeed a swordsmanship, but it was much more complicated and profound than he had imagined. Specifically, 10,000 swords in one could be divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, 100 swords returned to one, controlling 100 saint swords to attack. In the second stage, 1,000 swords returned to one, controlling 1,000 saint swords to attack. In the second stage, 10,000 swords become one. He controlled 5,000 saint swords, 2,500 magic swords, and 2,500 spirit swords to attack. It could be said that the difficulty of cultivating 10,000 swords as one was hellish. For example, the first stage required 100 sacred swords. Sacred swords referred to sacred artifacts, not ordinary weapons. How many people in the world could possess 100 saint artifacts? Moreover, it had to be a sword saint weapon. It was difficult to gather 100 saint swords, let alone the 5,000 saint swords in the third stage. Moreover, one also needed to have spirit swords and magic swords. This meant that if one wanted to cultivate to the third stage, they had to be a full-time cultivator. Suchin even thought that if there was anyone in the world who could cultivate to the third stage of 10,000 swords in one, it would probably be him. However, he also knew that the possibility of success was very slim. After all, 5,000 saint swords was enough to destroy any fantasy. Chapter 890. Suchin pondered for a while, and finally decided to cultivate 100 swords into one. It was indeed very difficult to gather 100 saint swords, but it was not an impossible task. Currently he already had 7. In addition to his own primal chaos skysplitter sword and forbidden sword, he also had Han Jianqi's 5 holy swords. In this way he still needed 93 holy swords. Su Chen pondered. He could take some from the mutated tribe, buy them at the auction, or let Wu Yazi forge a batch, and exchange the rest through the Doomsday Mall. There should be a chance to gather them. Of course, Lin Yu also knew that this was a long way to go, and he could not rush it. After a while, he closed the Doomsday Mall and began to rest. 3 hours later, the intelligent war chariot appeared in front of a huge city and stopped. At this time, Swiftbird also reminded, "Master, there are many powerful existences in this city. They should be holy level powerhouses." Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and ordered, "Satoshi, how many holy level powerhouses are in the city?" He was sure that there were holy level powerhouses in the zombie nation. Therefore, he was not surprised to meet holy level powerhouses here. "Master, there are 4 holy level 1 zombies and 1 holy level 2 zombie." The intelligent war chariot immediately replied, "5 holy level powerhouses?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows. According to the information he received, there were no more than 10 holy level zombies in the zombie nation. However, there were 5 holy level powerhouses in this city, and the strongest one was holy level 2. This meant that this city was very likely to be the zombie nation's royal city. "Master, the 5 holy level zombies and a large number of powerhouses are coming out of the city," the intelligent war chariot reminded. Su Chen nodded slightly and said calmly, "Let's go down and meet them." With that, he opened the door and walked out. Qi Mufeng and the others did not hesitate and followed closely behind. As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, the zombies had already rushed in front of him and stared at him covetously. "Humans, why are you slaughtering our people?" A short level, 1 saint level zombie questioned Su Chen angrily. "Why can't I?" Su Chen curled his lips and said casually, "Humans and zombies were like fire and water. It was normal for them to kill each other. So you did it on purpose?" The tall zombie's face was gloomy, and he glared at Su Chen, looking very angry. "You can say that." Su Chen nodded and admitted it generously. The main purpose of killing the zombies here was to get the fragments. Regardless of whether they provoked him or not, he had to take action. "You're going too far." The short zombie at the first level of the saint rank suddenly flew into a rage, roaring and rushing toward Su Chen. The rest of the zombies stood still and didn't stop him. Without knowing Su Chen's strength, they all wanted the short zombie to test him. "You overestimate yourself." Su Chen smiled contemptuously and released his spirit power to sweep forward. At level 1 saint level, his spirit power was even more powerful than that of level 2 saint level. The short zombie was covered by his spirit power and immediately lost the ability to move. At the same time, his whole body twisted irregularly, and finally he was pressed into a ball and exploded with a loud bang. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all around. All the zombies' eyes were filled with deep fear. Even the tall zombie at level 2 saint level was trembling all over. As for Qi Mufeng and the others, their mouths were wide open. They were extremely shocked. Chapter 891. Who would have thought that a first-level saint rank powerhouse could not even cause a ripple under Su Chen's hands, and was easily crushed? How strong was Su Chen now? Su Chen has reached first stage saint level. Wu Yazi exclaimed when he felt the violent aura coming from Su Chen. First stage saint level? Shang Tsili and the others were stunned for a moment. When they came back to their senses, they were excited. Qi Muxue and Qi Muyu looked at each other, and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Su Chen was not even 20 years old. A first stage saint level less than 20 years old was unbelievable. "Human, what will it take for you to let us go?" Even if the tall zombie was extremely angry, he could only suppress this anger in the bottom of his heart, and turn to a negotiating tone with Su Chen. He knew that although Su Chen was only a first stage saint level, his strength was far beyond his peers. He was also a powerful spirit reader. Even if he went up against him, he would not be a match for him. Seeing that the other party had admitted defeat, Suchin was not in a hurry to make a move. He smiled faintly. If you can give me a satisfactory reward, I can consider letting you go. What do you want? The tall zombie gritted his teeth and asked. It was a matter of life and death. Even if Suchin's request was a little excessive, he would find a way to satisfy it. Energy stones above level 10 mechanical heart, or ores to forge a holy sword will do, Suchin said calmly. Of course, he only mentioned the name. As for the quantity, it could not be too little. It had to be satisfactory. Otherwise, it would be better to kill them all and get the fragments. I can give you ores to forge a holy sword, the tall zombie said without hesitation. Suchin was a little surprised. He just mentioned it casually. He did not expect the other party to really have it. How much do you have? Don't tell me if it's 1 or 2 pieces, Suchin said. The main reason he wanted the ores was to forge a sacred sword. However, the amount of ores required for the 93 sacred swords was massive. 1 or 2 ores were simply not enough. I have 500 kilograms. The tall zombie said in a deep voice. 500 kilograms? Suchin was stunned. Wu Yazi and the others were also extremely shocked. The ores used to forge holy swords were all things that could only be found by chance. Having 1 or 2 pieces was already very impressive. 1,000 caddies was simply appalling. Suchin took a deep breath and whispered, "Take it out and let me have a look." What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Was it really 500 kilograms? What was the quality of the ores? He could only be sure if he saw it with his own eyes. The tall zombie quickly opened his storage bag and took out a huge piece of ore. There was still dazzling lightning on it. Great Kiliakosm Thunder Light Stone. When Wu Yazi saw this piece of ore, his eyes almost popped out. As a master blacksmith, he had come into contact with a lot of ores. With a single glance, he was able to tell that this ore was the Great Thousand Lightning Light Oregon Senior. Can the Great Thousand Lightning Light ore be used to forge a sacred sword? Suchin asked anxiously. With a few supplementary materials, it can be used to forge a sacred sword with the lightning attribute. Wu Yazi replied with certainty. How many can you forge? Suchin was extremely excited and asked. Wu Yazi pondered for a moment and gave an answer. A conservative estimate should be 80. Suchin's heart moved. 80 plus the 7 he had. He was very close to 100. This Great Thousand Lightning Light ore must be in his hands. Chapter 892. Suchin released his spirit energy and swept toward the big Kiliakosm Thunder Light Stone. What are you doing? The tall zombie roared and grabbed the big Kiliakosm Thunder Light Stone. Suchin hadn't promised to let them go yet. What if he took the stone and went back on his word? Seeing this, Suchin snorted and controlled his spirit energy to crush the tall zombie. The tall zombie was frustrated. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of Suchin's spirit energy. He took out a thunder sword and slashed. Suddenly, tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out from the sword and crushed the spirit energy that was sweeping toward him. However, at this moment, a small 5-colored mountain came crashing down on him. The tall zombie wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He had no choice but to block it with his thunder sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the tall zombie was pressed to the ground with his sword. The remaining 3 first-level saint-level zombies saw that things were not going well, so they rushed toward Suchin. You've overestimated yourselves. Suchin glanced at them coldly, and a black sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword. Instantly, a terrifying torrent of lightning shot forward. 3 zombies at the first level of the saint level were turned into 3 piles of ashes and died on the spot. Seeing this, all the zombies were scared out of their wits and retreated. Chi Mufeng and the others were also shocked. Suchin had just become a first-level saint-level, but he could easily crush a second-level saint-level zombie and kill 3 first-level saint-level zombies. His strength could only be described as horrifying. He's getting stronger and stronger. Chi Mushue swallowed hard. She remembered the scene when she fought with Suchin on the Elfland. She couldn't help but feel scared. Suchin put away the fragments and the big Kiliakosm Thunder Lightstone in his storage bag. Then he walked toward the tall zombie and snorted with contempt. Can't you behave? Why do you have to force me to fight? What do you want, human? The tall zombie was pressed to the ground. His face was red and he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Of course I'm going to trade with you," Suchin said calmly. Then he retracted the combined 5 extremes mountain, allowing the tall zombie to regain his freedom. "You won't kill me?" After the tall zombie got up, his face was full of uncertainty. "Why would I want to kill you?" Suchin asked. When the other party had taken out the major Kiliakosm lightning light stone, he had already decided to spare the other party's life. However, there were too many zombies on the scene. If he didn't kill even one of them, he would undoubtedly lose a large number of fragments. He was somewhat unwilling to give up. Therefore, he took the opportunity to kill 3 first-stage Saint rank zombies. The tall zombie was a little confused. He thought to himself, "Since you want to make a deal, why did you kill my people?" Suchin did not give him a chance to ask and asked, "Where did you get the Great Kiliakosm Lightning Lightstone?" 500 kilograms of Greater Kiliakosm Lightning Lightstone was already not a small number. But if there were more, wouldn't he be able to get more? "I got it from an island in the Black Swamp Sea," the tall zombie replied. He seemed to be worried that Suchin would continue to ask him for more, so he reminded him, "I only have that major Kiliakosm Lightning Lightstone on me. I don't have any more." "Black Swamp Sea?" Suchin pondered and then asked, "Are there any more major Kiliakosm Lightning Lightstones on that island?" "Yes." The tall zombie nodded. "How many?" Suchin's eyes lit up and asked. "As big as a hill," the tall zombie said directly. "What?" Suchin and the others were all shocked. A hill was at least tens of thousands of kilograms, right? This meant that there were at least tens of thousands of kilograms of major Kiliakosm Lightning Lightstone. It was more than enough to refine 5,000 holy swords. Chapter 893. Is there really such a big Dacian lightning stone in the Black Swamp Sea region? Suchin took a deep breath and asked. If the tall zombie said there was a Dacian lightning stone that weighed a few thousand kilograms, he wouldn't doubt it. But it was as big as a small mountain. "It's true," the tall zombie promised and then explained. "But the Black Swamp Sea region is very dangerous. There are many fierce beasts inside, and the strongest one has reached the 2nd stage of the Saint stage. It has also comprehended the lightning god art." Hearing this, Suchin wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. Fierce beasts were also a type of mutant beast. After killing them, they would also drop fragments. "Which realm does your zombie kingdom belong to?" Suchin suddenly asked. He was a bit suspicious. Was this a separate realm? "This is also considered the human continent," the tall zombie said directly. Human continent? Suchin was dumbfounded. He had basically gone around the human continent once and never found such a place. Could it be a secret realm? But what kind of secret realm could have such a large area? Suchin was very confused and asked, "Where is this place on the human continent?" "It's the outer area of the island," the tall zombie replied. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that when he got the mysterious heaven topography map, he found that outside the island in the outer sea was a pitch-black land. It should be where the zombie kingdom was located. After figuring out what was going on, Suchin ordered, "Take me to find the Dacian lightning stone. After finding it, I will leave here and won't make things difficult for you." "No problem." The tall zombie's answer was very simple. No one noticed that when he finished this sentence, an imperceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Behind them, everyone rode the intelligent chariot and headed straight for the Black Swamp Sea region. 5 days later, they smoothly entered the Black Swamp Sea region. Just as the tall zombie said, there were a large number of fierce beasts in the Black Swamp Sea region, and their levels weren't low. Suchin naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to hunt. He chased them all the way until he reached the island. He had killed more than 50,000 dire beasts, including a level 9 dire beast. The super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito had successfully reached level 9 after devouring the blood of the level 9 dire beast. "Master, there is a very dangerous existence on the island." When the intelligent war chariot landed on the island, the swift bird reminded him. There was a 2nd stage saint-level beast on the island, so it was normal for it to be dangerous. Suchin didn't pay too much attention to it. He called the tall zombie and Chi moving out of the car, and then put the intelligent war chariot, Wuyazi, and the others into the chaos space. You should know the location of the major Kiliacosm lightning lightstone, right? Lead the way. Suchin glanced at the island, then asked the tall zombie. I know. The tall zombie replied, and then walked in a certain direction. Along the way, Suchin asked, Did you also get that greater 1,000 lightning lightstone from here? Yes. The tall zombie didn't hide it. Didn't you say that the greater 1,000 lightning lightstone was as big as a small mountain? Why did you only take so little? Suchin was a little puzzled. For something as good as the greater 1,000 lightning lightstone, of course, the more the better. If it were him, he would have taken it all. The tall zombie explained, The dire beast guarding here is too strong. It's not easy for me to get a little greater 1,000 lightning lightstone. Suchin nodded and didn't think much about it. After the three of them walked for half an hour, they saw lightning gathering in a valley. Surprisingly, it was emitted from an ore that was as big as a mountain. Chapter 894. A Kiliacosm Thunder Light Stone. Suchin saw it clearly. It was definitely a Kiliacosm Thunder Light Stone. There really are so many of them. Suchin was so excited that he quickened his pace. When the three of them entered the valley, they saw a withered old man sitting cross-legged under the Kiliacosm Thunder Light Stone. He looked like a stone statue. A zombie. Suchin glanced at him, and his eyelids twitched. Mutant beasts could take human form after reaching level 10. He thought the withered old man was a level 2 saint-level beast. However, he changed his mind when he sensed the aura of the old man. The withered old man didn't have the aura of a beast at all. Instead, he exuded a strong death aura. He was definitely a zombie. Suchin, something's not right. Chi Mufeng also noticed that something was wrong. The tall zombie had said clearly that this was the territory of a level 2 saint-level beast. Why did it become a zombie? Was there a conspiracy? Suchin's face turned cold. He turned to look at the tall zombie. The tall zombie had already walked up to the withered old man and said respectfully, Ancestor, that human has committed crimes here. He has killed many of our people, including 4 level 1 saint-level beasts. Hearing this, the withered old man slowly opened his eyes. Then, a sharp gaze swept over Suchin and Suchun, and finally fell on Suchin. At the same time, an extremely majestic aura emanated from his body. Level 3 saint level. Chi Mufeng's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he clearly felt that the withered old man's aura had reached level 3 saint level. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. He definitely couldn't defeat a level 3 saint level powerhouse. He could only rely on Suchin. Suchin could crush a level 2 saint level, but could he still be as strong as before when facing a level 3 saint level? Suchin's face froze for a moment, but he soon calmed down. Using Atlas shapeshifting, his cultivation could instantly reach level 2 saint level. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a level 3 saint level. Human, how dare you commit crimes in our zombie country? Do you know your crime? The withered old man asked coldly with a gloomy face. Do I know my crime? Suchin smiled foolishly and said disdainfully, I, Suchin, have always acted without scruples. So what if I killed your people? What can you do to me? It was ridiculous that the withered old man thought he was a level 3 saint level. Haha, he looked. Join our zombie clan. Or you will. Or you. Or you will. Or you will die. Suchin sneered. Then his face turned cold and he said coldly, No one who threatens me can live. You are no exception. After saying that, he directly used Atlas shapeshifting. When his body rose to 30 meters, he rushed toward the withered old man. Chi Mufeng saw Suchin take action, and also rushed toward him. You are courting death. The withered old man flew into a rage. He pushed his hand forward and a thick lightning beam shot out. You want to play lightning with me? Suchin smiled contemptuously, and then slashed out with his saber. A flash of lightning swept forward like a torrent. As soon as the two collided, a violent thunderous sound was heard. Then they were annihilated. Suchin didn't stop. A purple light flashed under his feet. He turned into a flash of light, and continued to attack the withered old man. Chapter 895. He's so fast. The withered old man's eyelids twitched. After Su Chen transformed, although he was a second-level saint rank, his speed was slightly faster than a third-level saint rank. Realizing that Su Chen was a top expert, the withered old man gritted his teeth and reached for the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone with one hand. Rumble! After an earth-shattering tremor, the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone rose from the ground and floated above the withered old man's head. The big Thousand Thunder Light Stone was a divine weapon. Seeing this, Su Chen was shocked. The withered old man controlled the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone with ease. Obviously, it was a divine weapon. He was also an expert in mountains, but compared to the Grand Thousand Thunder Light Mountain, it was like comparing a peanut to an apple. The difference was too great. Go to hell. The withered old man sneered and controlled the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone to smash down on Su Chen's head. Immediately, the sky above the valley was enveloped by it, and an enormous shadow appeared. Affected by it, Qi Mufeng and the tall zombie stopped fighting. When they saw this scene, they had different feelings. Qi Mufeng's face was very serious, and he was very worried. The tall zombie had a cruel smile on his face, and he looked at Su Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. I didn't expect this day to come. Su Chen smiled bitterly. He had always liked to smash others with the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone. He didn't expect that one day, he would be smashed by a mountain. However, it was still too simple to think that they could crush him with just a thunder mountain. Just as the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone was smashing down, Su Chen's palm glowed with a faint golden light, and then he ran the Great Strength technique and grabbed upward with one hand. Seeing this, the withered old man was stunned, but it was soon replaced by a touch of ruthlessness. In his view, Su Chen dared to take the big Thousand Thunder Light Stone with his body, which was no different from an egg hitting a stone. He would definitely be smashed into meat paste. Bang! With a dull thud, the vast Thousand Thunderbolts mountains smashed heavily into Su Chen's palm. It felt as if a huge rock had smashed onto an ant. But what was inconceivable was that when the Greater Kiliacosm Lightning Light Mountain touched Su Chen's palm, it strangely stopped moving. It was as if he was being held up by a huge force. However, the Great Kiliacosm Lightning Flash weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. What kind of power could stop it from falling? How? How is this possible? The withered old man's jaw almost dropped when he saw this scene. The tall zombie also opened its mouth wide, and its whole body began to tremble. Qi Mufeng, on the other hand, clenched his fists. He was equally shocked. It was obvious that Su Chen's action of holding the Greater Kiliacosm Lightning Light Mountain had completely overturned their understanding of power. It was hard to imagine that there was actually someone with such divine power in this world. Old thing, you want to use a mountain to crush me? You're too naive. Su Chen dragged the Greater Kiliacosm Lightning Light Mountain effortlessly. In his spare time, he even mocked the withered old man. The withered old man swallowed hard and roared through gritted teeth. So what if you have brute force? I can still kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at the Greater Kiliacosm Lightning Light Mountain with one hand. Thousands of lightning bolts jumped and poured down on Su Chen like raindrops. Seeing this, Su Chen still did not panic. He released his mind power to set up a layer of defense outside his body, and then a golden armor appeared on his body. It was the mysterious heaven armor. Chapter 896. Bang bang. Accompanied by the sound of raindrops hitting banana leaves, all the lightning fell on Su Chen's body. Although the lightning penetrated Su Chen's mental strength, it was blocked by the mysterious heavenly armor. In addition, Su Chen had the ancient godfiend body, which made his defense abnormally strong. Therefore, the storm-like attack was all bark and no bite. It was not enough to cause any harm to Su Chen. Old man, do you have any other means? Su Chen casually patted the ashes off his body and mocked him. You. The withered old man's mouth trembled and his heart pounded. He had used his strongest killing move, but he could not cause any harm to Su Chen. It made him feel that Su Chen was simply unkillable. It was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Su Chen threw the Grand Kiliacosm Thunder Light Mountain to a nearby mountain, causing a huge landslide. Then he slowly walked towards the withered old man. Let's talk nicely. Don't come over. The withered old man was scared and screamed. Every time Suchin took a step forward, his heart trembled. As the distance between them continued to shrink, he even felt an aura of death. Suchin pursed his lips slightly and said indifferently, "Give me a reason not to kill you." He had to kill the withered old man, but wouldn't it be better if he could squeeze something good out of him before that? "I can give you everything I have," the withered old man hurriedly replied. He knew very well that Suchin's strength was not something he could fight against. If he wanted to live, he had to pay something and beg for Suchin's forgiveness. Suchin scoffed at this and sneered. "If I kill you, won't the things on you be mine? I also know a big secret that is enough to exchange for my life." The withered old man gritted his teeth and said softly, "A huge secret?" Suchin was suddenly interested. "Tell me about it." "I can tell you, but you must discover the oath and not kill me," the withered old man said. This was his only chance to survive. Before Suchin agreed, he would never say a word. "You know what I hate the most is people trying to bargain with me." Suchin sighed and suddenly attacked the withered old man without any warning. "You're going too far." The withered old man roared and threw a punch at Suchin. Although he knew that he was no match for Suchin, he would not sit still and wait for death. Unexpectedly, just as his fist was about to hit Suchin, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and then he fell into a daze. "You overestimate yourself." After Suchin used drunken life to throw the withered old man into a daze, he took out the Prime 5 Extremes mountain and smashed it at the old man's head. Previously, the old man had smashed him with the Great Kiliakosm Lightning Light Mountain. He wanted to let the old man have a taste of his own medicine. There was a loud bang. The withered old man was pressed to the ground without any resistance. When the tall zombie nearby saw this, it turned around and fled without hesitation. Chi Mufeng wanted to stop it, but it was too late. "You think you can escape?" Suchin mocked. A white light suddenly shot out of his body and turned into another Suchin in the blink of an eye. It chased after the tall zombie. "The two of them are exactly the same." The withered old man happened to see this, and his mind buzzed. After a while, a scream came from afar. Suchin's second primordial spirit caught up to the tall zombie and killed it easily. After the second primordial spirit returned, it merged back into Suchin's body. Chapter 897. Can you tell me what the secret is now? Suchin stared at the withered elder and said coldly, "If you don't swear to spare my life, I won't tell you even if I die." The withered elder gritted his teeth. This was the only thing he could rely on to survive. How could he reveal it so easily? He wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Suchin didn't dare to be polite and use torture. For a moment, the entire valley was filled with mournful screams. Even a powerhouse like Chi Mufeng felt his scalp go numb. The screams lasted for half a day. Under Suchin's various tortures, the withered elder finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed the secret. After killing the withered elder with a punch, Suchin pondered for a moment and asked Chi Mufeng, "Brother Chi, is there a place called the Sky Altar Universe in the void?" Chi Mufeng's face suddenly changed and said, "The Sky Altar Universe is very famous in the void. It's one of the 3 forbidden areas in the void. Rumor has it that it's extremely dangerous. No one who enters can come out alive." "One of the 3 forbidden areas?" Suchin's expression froze and his thoughts slowly turned. Just now, he heard from the withered elder that there was an extremely injured divine beast hidden in the Sky Altar Universe. It might even be dead. A divine beast was in existence that surpassed Saint Rank 10. Even if it was dead, its value was self-evident. This was the first time Suchin heard of the existence of a divine beast. He couldn't help but be a little tempted. "Suchin, the Sky Altar Universe is too dangerous. Don't go in recklessly," Chi Mufeng reminded. Suchin was a fearless person. He was really worried that Suchin would act recklessly. "Don't worry." Suchin smiled. He couldn't be sure if this news was true or not. Even if it was true, he wouldn't take the risk. Of course, when his strength reached a certain level, he might go in and take a look. After a while, Suchin opened the primal chaos space and called out Wu Yazi. "Senior, take a look at that greater thousand lightning light stone." How many saint swords can it forge? Su Chen pointed at the greater Kiliacosm lightning light mountain, and said. Wu Yazi looked in the direction of Su Chen's finger. When he saw the mountain-like greater Kiliacosm lightning light stones, he was completely stunned. After a long time he came back to his senses and asked blankly, Su Chen, how heavy is this greater Kiliacosm lightning light stone? At least 200,000 jin. Su Chen thought for a while, and answered conservatively. The greater Kiliacosm lightning light mountain was much heavier than the primary 5 extremes mountain. The primary 5 extremes mountain weighed 108,000 caddies, so the greater Kiliacosm lightning light mountain weighed 200,000 caddies. Hiss. Hearing this weight, Wu Yazi and Qi Mufeng both sucked in a breath of cold air. The value of such a huge piece of greater thousand thunder light stone was inestimable. It could be said that Su Chen had definitely made a fortune this time. It won't be a problem to forge a few thousand swords. Wu Yazi took a breath and replied. Su Chen was delighted and said, Senior, please help me forge 5,000 swords. How many? Wu Yazi's eyes widened, thinking that he had heard wrongly. 5,000, Su Chen replied affirmatively. Wu Yazi and Qi Mufeng were stunned. They even suspected that Su Chen was going to forge saint swords to sell. Otherwise, how could one person need so many? Su Chen, what do you need so many for? Wu Yazi asked, puzzled. Su Chen did not hide and explained. I want to cultivate a swordsmanship, and I need 5,000 saint swords. To cultivate the 10,000 swords into 1 to the 3rd stage, he needed 5,000 saint swords, 2,500 magic swords, and 2,500 spiritual power swords. He was already holding back by saying this. Chapter 898. What kind of swordsmanship required 5,000 holy swords? Was this still something a human could cultivate? If one could really cultivate it successfully, the power of 5,000 holy swords alone was enough to destroy the world. Who in the world could stop it? Wu Yazi and Qi Mufeng were stunned. Su Chen, I'm afraid I can't forge so many holy swords alone. Wu Yazi sighed. Since Su Chen said so, he would definitely not speak without thinking. However, holy swords were not so easy to forge. Even if he was a master craftsman, it was impossible for him to forge so many holy swords alone. Su Chen naturally knew this. After thinking for a moment he asked, Senior, there should be many master craftsmen in your dwarf race, right? After that he would go to other foreign races' realms. The dwarf race's continent naturally would not miss it. If there were master craftsmen, he could bring them along to assist Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi understood what Su Chen meant and nodded. Our dwarf race is best at refining weapons. There are hundreds, thousands, or even dozens of master craftsmen. When we enter the dwarf race's continent, I'll have to trouble Senior to find a few more master craftsmen, Su Chen said with a smile. Wu Yazi's heart skipped a beat. If he went to the dwarf race's continent, he would definitely fight with Jitsong Zi. With Su Chen around, he could take revenge. Don't worry. Wu Yazi nodded heavily. Later, Su Chen sent Wu Yazi and the Great Thousand Lightning Stone into the chaos space. Then, he took out the 500-kilogram Great Kiliacosm Lightning Stone from his storage bag and handed it to Qi Mufeng. Su Chen, you're giving it to me? Qi Mufeng was a little confused. Brother Qi, I have a use for the big one, so I'll give you this small one, Su Chen said casually. In recent days, Qi Mufeng had followed him and worked hard without complaint, so he had to give him some benefits. Qi Mufeng hesitated for a moment and said gratefully, Su Chen, thank you. If it was anything else, he would definitely not accept it. However, the major Kiliacosm Thunder Light Stone could be used to forge lightning-type sacred swords, which could perfectly complement his myriad thunder transformation sword art. Once he obtained a lightning-type sacred sword, the power of the myriad lightning sword transformation technique would definitely rise to a whole new level. Therefore, he did not refuse. We're all brothers, there's no need to be so formal. Su Chen replied with a smile. Then he took out the intelligent war chariot and ordered it to return the way it came. Su Chen, are we going to stay here for a few days or return to the Green Turtle continent? On the way, Qi Mufeng asked. Since the zombies here are harboring evil intentions and want to harm me, There is no need for them to exist. Su Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Qi Mufeng knew that a bloodbath was about to take place in the zombie nation. He couldn't help but sigh. He could offend anyone but Su Chen. Otherwise, they would really be exterminated. For the next 10 days, Su Chen led everyone in a massacre in the zombie nation. They killed all the remaining saint-level zombies and countless zombies of other levels. The total number of energy points had already exceeded the 200,000 mark. The harvest was huge. Su Chen was very satisfied with this result, so he didn't want to stay here any longer. Satoshi, find the boundary point to return to the Green Turtle continent and return immediately. Yes. The intelligent war chariot quickly found the boundary point and activated the shuttle function, successfully returning to the Green Turtle continent. The location where it appeared was still in the valley. Looking at the saint-level Green Turtle continent that had turned back into a stone statue, Su Chen opened the door and got out of the car with a smile. Chapter 899. Human, how are you still alive? Sensing Su Chen's aura, the 4 stone statues crumbled and turned into 4 tall green tortoise tribesmen. The green tortoise tribesman stared at Su Chen with shock in his eyes. He knew the situation in the zombie empire very well. He thought that after sending Su Chen there, a few saint-level zombies would be enough to kill Su Chen. Who would have thought that Su Chen would appear in front of him alive? You think a few useless zombies can kill me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by a few saint-level zombies after being sent to the zombie empire. However, not only did he survive, but he also wreaked havoc. This was something that the green tortoise tribesmen never expected. Human, it was a misunderstanding. We are willing to compensate you. The green tortoise tribesman gritted his teeth and said. The fact that Su Chen could come back alive from the zombie empire was enough to prove that he was powerful. Moreover, he would definitely come back for revenge this time. He knew that he was no match for Su Chen, so he could only compromise again. You still want to play this game with me? Su Chen sneered and waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, Qi Mufeng led a group of powerful beings to charge forward. Su Chen also attacked without holding back. How could the 4 green tortoise tribesmen be a match for him? They were crushed on the spot. The remaining green tortoise tribesmen in the valley were also slaughtered. From now on, the green tortoise tribesmen existed in name only. Su Chen, which realm are we going to next? Qi Mufeng asked. Every time he entered a realm, he would be able to fight with powerful beings. As a martial arts fanatic, he was very much looking forward to it. Su Chen pondered. There were tens of thousands of realms with different races, but he would only choose to enter those that had conflicts with him. The 5 super races were his first choice, and the green tortoise tribesmen had a realm point that connected to the undead race. However, before entering the 5 super races, there were 2 more realms that he had to visit. One was the dwarf continent, while the other was the undead continent. He had 2 purposes for entering the dwarf continent. One was to kill Jitsongzi to avenge Wu Yizi, and the other was to gather a group of master refiners to help him refine the holy sword. Yin Xingyi was Mo Rong's enemy, and he had already promised Mo Rong to help him get rid of this person. In addition, there was a mountain range with a large number of level 9 power stones and a level 10 golden python, intelligent war chariots, and mechanical soldiers. To level up to level 9 would require quite a lot of level 9 energy stones, so he could take a bunch of them. As for the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquito, it could level up by 10 levels after devouring the golden python's blood essence. Su Chen pondered for a while and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, is there a boundary point to enter the dwarf continent or the undead continent? Master, there isn't any here, but there is a boundary point between the Imperial Beast continent and the undead continent, the intelligent war chariot replied. Okay, let's go to the Beast Tamer's continent first, Su Chen ordered. The Green Turtle continent had a boundary point that connected to the Imperial Beast continent. He had entered the Imperial Beast continent from the Green Turtle continent a long time ago. Yes. There was a boundary point that connected to the Imperial Beast continent nearby. The intelligent war chariot, activated its shuttle function and successfully entered the Imperial Beast continent, appearing in the sky above a city. This city was huge. Not only was it huge, but the population was also over 1 million. Suchin glanced at the central control screen and said calmly, "Satoshi, let's leave this place." Chapter 900. Suchin, aren't you going to kill the mutated tribesmen here? Qi Mufeng asked softly. In the past, Suchin would be extremely jealous whenever he saw mutated tribesmen. He wouldn't stop until they were all dead. However, there were so many mutated tribesmen in the city below. Why would Suchin let them go? This wasn't Suchin's usual style of doing things. Qi Mufeng didn't understand. The others also didn't understand what was going on. They all looked at Suchin. I want to kill them too, but I can't. Suchin smiled bitterly and told them about the agreement he made with the patriarch of the beast-taming tribe. After they understood what was going on, everyone was relieved. At the same time, they were secretly impressed by Suchin's courage. He could force a sage-level patriarch to compromise when he was only level 8. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. The sudden appearance of the intelligent war chariot caused a huge panic in the city below. Soon, 2 level 8 cultivators piloted an aircraft and approached the intelligent war chariot. The people inside, listen up. Land your aircraft, or we'll kill you on the spot. One of the cultivators was extremely arrogant as he roared. Suchin rubbed his nose and said softly, "Satoshi land." The arrogance of the beast-taming tribesman didn't make him angry. Instead, he was secretly happy. In his agreement with the patriarch of the beast-taming tribe, he specifically stated that the beast-taming tribesmen couldn't provoke him. Otherwise, he would attack them. The 2 beast-taming tribesmen in front of him had obviously broken the rules. It wasn't wrong for him to use this as an excuse to get angry. After the intelligent war chariot landed, Suchin walked out alone. He deliberately suppressed his cultivation level to level 6. When the 2 level 8 beast-taming tribesmen saw that Suchin was a human at level 6, they attacked Suchin without hesitation. No matter where Suchin came from, they planned to capture Suchin first. What are you trying to do? A hint of panic appeared on Suchin's face. It was as if he was intimidated by the other party's aura. Kid, don't resist. Surrender. One of the level 8 beast-taming tribesmen laughed sinisterly and reached out his hand to grab Suchin. A sinister smile appeared on Suchin's face. Just as the beast-taming tribesman got close, he threw a punch. There was an explosion. The level 8 beast-tamer clansmen that had rushed forward were reduced to dust. Not even their bones were left. The other level 8 beast-tamer clan member was dumbfounded. He was trembling all over. The beast-taming tribesmen Tidman's T to retreat T them. They taming tribesmen's was tamed, T to them to fight taming tribesmen. He T taming tribesmen T that men. T's taming tribesmen. SST Tess? The level 8 beast-taming tribesman swallowed hard. Just as he was about to beg Suchin for mercy, Suchin interrupted him angrily. You beast-taming tribesmen broke the rules and attacked me. You're shameless. Since that's the case, don't blame me, Suchin, for being merciless. Qi Mufeng and the others didn't know what Suchin was trying to do at first. But now, they realized that Suchin was trying to take the opportunity to vent his anger and cause a bloodbath on the beast-taming tribesmen's continent. Although it was despicable, it was the beast-taming tribesmen who attacked first. Suchin didn't want to let this go. Even if he massacred the beast-taming tribesmen, it wouldn't be a violation of the heavenly oath. How treacherous! Qi Muxue cursed in her heart. Chapter 901. What? He's Suchin. After Suchin announced his name, all the beast-tamers were dumbfounded. Suchin's name was well known in the beast-tamer continent. The Southern Barbarian Sacred Leader and the Northern Barbarian Sacred Leader, 2 super powerhouses, were killed by Suchin. There were even rumors that the current Suchin could even kill a saint-level powerhouse. His strength was unparalleled, and he was extremely ferocious. Anyone who provoked him, no matter which faction or clan they were from, was killed by Suchin without exception. It could be said that Su Chen's ferocious name was well known in the world. Almost everyone knew about him. Moreover, their grand ancestor had already given a death order that no one was to provoke Su Chen. Otherwise, their entire family would be annihilated. However, they took the initiative to provoke Su Chen. What would the consequences be? Would Su Chen massacre the entire city? It was rumored that Su Chen would massacre entire cities and clans at the slightest provocation. It seemed like he had a special hobby. At the thought of this, all the beast tamers were on tenterhooks. Their hearts were in turmoil. Su Chen roared. Aiming at the level 8 beast tamers, he raised his hand and threw out a Pegasus meteor punch. 100 golden fist shadows fell. Not only did the level 8 beast tamers turn into dregs, but thousands of them were also killed. Seeing that Su Chen was as ferocious as the rumors said, the remaining beast tamers did not dare to stay any longer. They all fled for their lives. A cruel smile flashed across Su Chen's lips. Just as he was about to continue his attack, a figure flew toward him, bringing with it a huge pressure and an extremely strong murderous aura. Who dares to behave atrociously in the beast tamer continent? Do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-haired old man from the beast tamer continent appeared in front of him. Judging from his aura, he was a saint-level powerhouse. And there was only one saint-level powerhouse on the beast tamer continent. That was the grand ancestor of the beast tamer continent. Old man, we meet again. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the other party, smiling faintly. It's you, Su Chen. The patriarch of the beast tamer tribe gulped when he saw Su Chen's face. His expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, the pressure and murderous aura emanating from his body also disappeared without a trace. Su Chen could even kill saint-rank gold-devouring beetles. Being arrogant in front of him was the same as courting death. Su Chen, we had an agreement before. Why are you slaughtering my clansmen here? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavenly Tao? The patriarch of the beast tamer clan asked in a muffled voice after catching his breath. We have an agreement, but the prerequisite is that you don't provoke me. Unfortunately, your clansmen took the initiative to attack me, so I could only retaliate. Su Chen spread out his hands and looked very helpless. Take the initiative to attack you? You are notorious for your ferocity. Who would want to die and take the initiative to attack you? The patriarch of the beast tamer tribe guessed that Su Chen must have concealed his identity on purpose to bait his clansmen and take the opportunity to get angry. At this thought, the patriarch of the beast tamer tribe gnashed his teeth in anger. However, there was nothing he could do to Su Chen. Since we are at fault, what do you want to let us go? The patriarch of the beast tamer tribe gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Based on his understanding of Su Chen, he was sure that Su Chen would take the opportunity to extort a sum of money from him. Even if he had to pay a price to get rid of Su Chen, he would accept it as long as he could get rid of him as soon as possible. Since you know what's good for you, I'll do you a favor. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then said, Give me 1,000 blood gems and I'll let this matter pass. 1,000 blood gems. Qi Mufeng and the others were stunned. Blood gems were not cabbages. Each one of them was priceless. Su Chen's demand for 1,000 blood gems was too big. How black-hearted. Qi Muxue could not help but sigh. Chapter 902. Are you kidding me? The ancestor of the beast-taming clan opened his mouth wide and almost choked to death. He had been aggrieved for a long time when Su Chen had extorted 100 blood gems from him. He had not expected Su Chen to go overboard and raise the price tenfold. How could he bully him like this? He was not treating him as a human being. Do you think I'm kidding? Su Chen's face darkened. He snorted and released his mind power. You, the ancestor of the beast-taming clan, was furious that Su Chen would suddenly attack him. He had intended to tear apart Su Chen's mind power. However, he was horrified to find that Su Chen's mind power was like a vast ocean. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. Let's talk things over. The ancestor of the beast-taming clan cried out in panic. Can't you just be honest? Why did you have to force me to attack? Su Chen snorted and withdrew his mind power, freeing the ancestor of the beast-taming clan. He had not intended to kill the ancestor of the beast-taming clan. He had only done so to intimidate the ancestor of the beast-taming clan. The ancestor of the beast-taming clan got up and panted heavily. He was still terrified. He had personally experienced Su Chen's strength, which was even more powerful than the rumors said. If he wanted Su Chen to stop, he would have to satisfy Su Chen's request. I can give you the blood gems, but I only have 900 of them, the ancestor of the beast-taming clan said with a sigh. Only 900? Su Chen rubbed his nose and muttered thoughtfully. I can replace the rest with other ores and energy stones, the ancestor of the beast-taming clan hurriedly said, as if he was afraid that Su Chen would be angry. Good boy. Su Chen praised him with a smile. He then stretched out his hand in front of the ancestor of the beast-taming clan. His meaning was clear. Hurry up and take it. Stop wasting time. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan did not hesitate. He removed a storage bag from his waist and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen released his mental power to check it. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he naturally put it into his storage bag. Seeing this, the ancestor of the beast-tamer clan felt as if his heart was bleeding. The things in the storage bag were the savings of half his life, and they were gone just like that. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Su Chen stepped forward and patted the Imperial Beast Tribe elder's shoulder. He said in a serious tone, "Seeing that you're so sensible, just mention my name if you run into any trouble in the future. I'll protect you." Thank you so much. The ancestor of the beast-tamer clan smiled bitterly. Then we'll meet again if fate wills it. Su Chen called out, returned to the intelligent war chariot, and quickly flew away. Looking at the receding shadow of the intelligent war chariot, the patriarch of the beast-tamer clan muttered with a dark face, I hope I never see you again. While the intelligent war chariot was looking for the boundary point connecting to the continent of the undead tribe, Su Chen gathered everyone and began to distribute the blood gems. The blood gems could not only be integrated into weapons to upgrade their level, but they could also be used to forge divine weapons. In the past, he would not have given them away so easily. However, with the Grand Thousand Thunder Light Mountain, he could forge 5,000 divine swords. The blood gems were not of much use to him. He might as well share some with everyone. Su Chen, I don't want them. Qi Mufeng declined. Su Chen had given him a 500-pound Grand Thousand Thunder Light Stone, so he was too embarrassed to accept it. Brother Qi, keep them for later use. Su Chen gave Qi Mufeng dozens of blood gems. Nan Linchuan and the others also got some, enough to forge a divine weapon. Su Chen even gave Qi Muyu 10 blood gems. Qi Muxua watched helplessly as everyone else got their share except her. She gritted her teeth and asked, Su Chen, what about me? You? Su Chen glanced at Qi Muxua in a daze and said flatly, It depends on your performance. Damn it. Qi Muxua was furious. She knew Su Chen was targeting her, but she could do nothing about it because she was under the control of Su Chen. Chapter 903. The intelligent war chariot spent a day to find the boundary point that connected to the undead continent, and successfully entered the undead continent. Su Chen called Mo Rong to his side and asked him, Old Mo, where is Yan Xingyi? Yan Xingyi was originally Mo Rong's best friend, but he murdered Mo Rong for the sake of his greed. Su Chen hated such despicable people the most, and he had promised Mo Rong that he would avenge him. Since he had come to the undead continent, the first thing he had to do was to kill Yan Xingyi. Master, Yan Xingyi is the city lord of Strong Sky City. He should be in Strong Sky City, Mo Rong said excitedly. Su Chen nodded slightly and ordered, Lead the way to Strong Sky City. Yes. Mo Rong replied. After that, under Mo Rong's guidance, the intelligent war chariot drove in a certain direction. 2 days later, when they were passing by a town, Su Chen unexpectedly found traces of a human. The probability of a human appearing in the undead continent was very small, and he could not help but notice it. Satoshi, lock onto this human and enlarge the image, Su Chen ordered. The image on the central control screen changed, and a red-haired middle-aged man soon appeared. It's him. Su Chen was extremely surprised when he saw the other party's face clearly. He still remembered that he had asked the red-haired man, Lu Yuan, for information in the Long Valley Mountains of Qinyu Island. Lu Yuan lived in the Yulin district of Qinyu Island. How could he come to the undead continent? Su Chen was very confused, and at the same time, he saw that Lu Yuan's situation was very bad. At this time, he was being beaten by a few undead clansmen on the ground. Su Chen thought for a moment, and let the intelligent war chariot stop outside the town. He got off the chariot alone to check out the situation. After all, they were all humans, and Lu Yuan had helped him before, so he did not intend to ignore him. When Su Chen came close, he raised his voice and said, "Everyone stop." Because it was Mo wrong, he did not choose to kill. Otherwise, just the reason of torturing humans was enough to turn this town into a river of blood. Su Chen's sudden voice made everyone stunned for a moment. Then, they all looked at Su Chen. "Boy, this is none of your business. Get lost." An undead man glanced at Su Chen and said disdainfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "You're from the human race?" "Humans?" The other undead reacted and surrounded Su Chen. Su Chen ignored him and turned to look at Lu Yuan with a faint smile. "Uncle, long time no see." "You are Su Chen?" Lu Yuan shouted excitedly when he saw that it was Su Chen. As they were both humans, he believed that Su Chen would definitely save him. "He's Su Chen." When the group of undead heard Su Chen's name, their faces changed dramatically, and they all stepped back. The few people who had beaten Lu Yuan looked at each other, then turned around and fled. Su Chen's name was not only famous in the human continent, but also in the alien continent. It was rumored that Su Chen was like a devil, especially cruel, especially when it came to the alien race. He was simply ruthless. Few people who offended him could survive. Since Su Chen and Lu Yuan knew each other, they were probably friends. Beating up Su Chen's friends was no different from courting death. If they did not run away, were they going to wait for death? "If you dare to move, I will make you regret living in this world." Su Chen sneered. Without figuring out what was going on, none of the people here could leave. Chapter 904. The undead were so scared that they stopped in their tracks, and no one dared to move. After shocking everyone, Su Chen asked Lu Yuan, "Tell me what's going on." Lu Yuan got up from the ground and respectfully replied, "Senior, we were all captured." "You?" Su Chen frowned slightly and asked, "Are there many other humans besides you?" "Not many, including me. There are 5 people." Lu Yuan quickly replied. "Why did they capture you?" Su Chen asked. Lu Yuan was only a level 2 cultivator. It could be said that he was nothing. So why did the undead want to capture him? This made him feel very strange. Lu Yuan explained, "The people who were captured are all related to Senior. Half a year ago, a large number of foreigners poured into Qinyu Island. Anyone who had a relationship with Su Chen was captured, and those who had nothing to do with him were almost slaughtered. Because he had met Su Chen once, he was mistakenly recognized as having a relationship with Su Chen, and was also captured. However, because of this, he was able to live until now, otherwise he would have been killed long ago." "People related to me?" Su Chen muttered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In Qinyu Island, the only people who had a good relationship with him were Han Kuan and Han Feng. That day, he searched Qinyu Island, but could not find the whereabouts of these 3 people. Originally, he thought that the 3 of them had been killed, but now, listening to Lu Yuan, they were likely to have been captured and brought to the undead's continent. "Who else was captured?" Su Chen asked. "There are also Han Kuan, Han Feng, Chen Meihua, and Ji Wushuang," Lu Yuan said truthfully. "Sure enough," Su Chen secretly said. Now that he knew the news of Han Kuan and others, he naturally wanted to rescue them. However, what made him a little confused was, who was this Ji Wushuang? What did she have to do with him? Who is Ji Wushuang? Su Chen wondered. Lu Yuan thought that since Ji Wushuang was captured, she must know Su Chen. Who would have thought that Su Chen would ask such a question? After being stunned for a moment, he described Ji Wushuang's appearance. After Su Chen heard this, he could not help but laugh. Ji Wushuang was none other than the white-haired old man. He had met several times in Thousand Feather Island's Yulin district. After figuring it out, Suchin continued to ask, "Where are Han Kuan and the others?" "The Yao clan bought it," Lu Yuan quickly replied. "Demon race?" Suchin's brows furrowed again. Han Kuan and the others were captured by the undead. How could the demon race be involved? Or was it bought? Lu Yuan explained. "Senior, you should have some conflict with the demon race, right? They seem to want to use Han Kuan and the others to threaten you." Suchin had a deep grudge with the demon race. He had killed many of the demon race's members, including their devourer beast. However, the demon race dared to use Han Kuan and the others to threaten him. Their courage was not ordinary. The fate of those who angered him was often the extermination of their family. Would a mere demon race dare to do this? Suchin took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you still here?" Han Kuan and the others had been bought, so why was Lu Yuan left behind? "Because I only met Senior once. The demon race felt that I had no value, so they didn't buy me," Lu Shirshir said. Suchin shook his head and no longer entangled in this matter. He turned to the undead around him and said, "My friends were bought by someone from the demon race?" How big was the demon race's mainland? If he wanted to save Han Kuan and the others, he must first determine the buyer. Chapter 905. Senior, we don't know either. It's all Lord Wenqing's doing, one of the undead clan members said anxiously. "Where is Wenqing?" Suchin asked coldly. "Yuan City." Suchin nodded and instantly released his mind energy. Other than the undead clan member who replied, he killed the rest. After collecting the fragments, he said to Lu Yuan, "Follow me." "Thank you, Senior." Lu Yuan was overjoyed and followed closely behind Suchin. The two of them returned to the intelligent war chariot. Suchin asked Immerong, "Old Emo, do you know Yuan City?" "Yes." Immerong nodded. "Lead the way to Yuan City first," Suchin ordered. Behind them, under Immerong's guidance, the intelligent war chariot hurried toward Yuan City. Half a day later, they arrived at Yuan City. Suchin learned from Immerong that Wenqing was a level 9 cultivator, and also the governor of Yuan City. Through the intelligent war chariot's observation, there was only one level 9 cultivator in Yuan City. It was very likely that Wenqing was there. After locking onto Wenqing's specific location, Suchin went alone and entered Yuan City directly from the sky. Wenqing's residence was a large manor, and there were many guards standing guard inside. Suchin descended from the sky and gave the guards a fright. After they came to their senses, they surrounded Suchin. Suchin narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Wenqing, get out here. Otherwise, I'll make Yuan City a bloodbath." "Arrogant. Kid, you're courting death." Seeing Suchin's unscrupulous behavior, the guards scolded and attacked Suchin at the same time. Suchin snorted and released his mind energy. Shrill cries instantly rang out from within the manor. None of the several hundred guards were spared, and all of them were annihilated and turned into piles of meat paste. "Stop." Suddenly, a woman's furious roar entered Suchin's ears. Soon after, more than 10 high-level cultivators rushed over aggressively. The person in the lead was a woman with a voluptuous figure and a cold appearance. Immerong had told him that Wenqing was a woman. The cold-looking woman was also at level 9. She must be Wenqing. "Human, who are you? Why are you being so presumptuous in my residence?" Wenqing coldly glanced at Suchin and questioned sternly. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he was afraid of Suchin's strength. Hundreds of guards in the manor were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. This kind of hunting speed was something that even she could not achieve. "You captured my friend and sold her to the demon race. Who do you think I am?" Suchin narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Did they kidnap your friend?" Suddenly, a person's name appeared in Wenqing's mind. "You're Suchin." Wenqing's delicate body trembled violently, and she screamed in shock. When the people around her heard Suchin's name, they all trembled, and their expressions became unusually ugly. Suchin was infamous. In the eyes of all the foreign tribes, he was like a demon. Almost no one who was targeted by Suchin could survive. Instantly, a feeling of fear spread in their hearts. Senior, we had no choice. The demon race forced us to do this. Wenqing hurriedly explained. She knew very well that everyone present would not be Su Chen's opponent even if they were to join forces. If she wanted to live, she could only beg for Su Chen's forgiveness. Forced to no choice? Su Chen snorted and raised his hand to punch out. A strong gust of wind blew past. Before the people around Wenqing could react, they were blown to pieces. Chapter 906. Seeing this, Wenqing was scared out of her wits. Her legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground. She shouted, Senior, please spare my life. Which goblin clan did you sell my friends to? Su Chen stared at Wenqing and questioned her. Lord Skydevouring of the Goblin Clan. He is a sage-level existence. Wenqing replied truthfully. Skydevouring? Su Chen muttered to himself, and wondered if Skydevouring was a devouring beast. At this moment, Wenqing raised her head with a charming smile on her face. She said coquettishly, Senior, please spare my life. I will serve you well. Su Chen understood the meaning behind Wenqing's words. A sense of disgust surged in his heart. Then he punched out and exploded Wenqing's body. After collecting the fragments, Su Chen did not stay any longer. He turned and walked out of the city. Satoshi continued to Robust Sky City. Su Chen returned to the car and ordered. The Goblin Clan probably bought Han Kuan and the others to threaten him. Before they met him, Han Kuan and the others would not be in any danger. After settling the matters here, he would be able to make it to the Goblin Clan's mainland. One day later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at Robust Sky City. Robust Sky City was considered medium-sized with a population of only a few tens of thousands. However, the city was bustling with noise and excitement today. Su Chen captured an undead clan member and found out that the governor of Robust Sky City, Yan Xingyi, was getting married to the granddaughter of a sage-level expert. The wedding of a sage-level expert's granddaughter was not a child's play. Therefore, it attracted many experts to congratulate them. There were a few known saint-level experts, and the number of cultivators below the saint level was even more than the number of hairs on an ox. Master, are we still going in? Mo Rong asked. There were many experts in Robust Sky City, including a few sage-level experts. This worried him. Of course we are going in. Su Chen did not care. The main purpose of this trip was to kill Yan Xingyi. If they became his hunting target, they would have no chance of survival. No matter who it was, they would not be able to stop him. Furthermore, there were so many experts in Robust Sky City. If he were to kill all of them, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of fragments. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Satoshi, enter the city. Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot activated its flight mode and flew above Tianjian City. A few minutes later, they arrived at a palace-like building complex. In a huge square, there were thousands of people gathered around. There was a hubbub of voices, and it was very lively. When the intelligent war chariot flew to the square, the entire square became silent. Everyone stared at the intelligent war chariot, with wide eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion, and anger. This place was the wedding venue of Tianjian City's city lord. There were many strong martial artists gathered here. Who would dare to be so arrogant as to barge in without notifying? Was he tired of living? The intelligent chariot landed in the square under everyone's gaze. The moment the door opened, Su Chen walked out of the chariot with Mo Rong following behind him. Seeing that it was a young human and an undead tribesman who got out of the chariot, everyone present was dumbfounded. However, when a handsome undead tribesman saw Mo Rong, his eyelids twitched. He cried out, Mo Rong, you're still alive? Mo Rong clenched his fists and said coldly, Yan Xingyi, you're not dead yet. Of course I won't die. Although he felt uneasy in this place, when he thought of Su Chen beside him, he became bolder. Chapter 907. Haha, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Let's see how you're going to escape today. Yan Xingyi regained his senses and laughed impudently. Who is this person? Beside Yan Xingyi, A burly old man glanced at Mo Rong and asked plainly, "What do you think?" "Father-in-law, this is the guy who wanted to steal my level 9 energy stone and murder me." Yan Xingyi replied respectfully. He was the one who had taken the level 9 energy stone, but now he was making false accusations. He was showing his shameless side to the extreme. Mo Rong was furious. Just as he was about to retort, Su Chen said softly, "Ignore him. He's just a clown." Hearing this, Mo Rong took a deep breath and stopped talking. When the coarse old man found out about Mo Rong's identity, a murderous look appeared on his face. He snorted coldly. "Mo Rong, as a member of the undead clan, not only did you murder your own people, you even dared to collude with humans. Do you know your crime?" Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came crashing down on Mo Rong from all directions. Su Chen snorted coldly and raised his hand to punch out. The air shook, and the aura that swept over was destroyed. "Kid, who are you?" The coarse old man stared at Su Chen and exclaimed softly. There were many people present who could destroy his aura with one punch, but they had to be at least level 10. Su Chen looked young. How high could his cultivation be? How could he do this? "You don't have the right to know who I am." Su Chen pursed his lips and sneered. Hiss. As soon as he said this, everyone around him sucked in a breath of cold air. The coarse old man was a true sage-level powerhouse. Everyone had to give him some face. This human male in front of him dared to humiliate him like this. He was too arrogant. The coarse old man's expression froze. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "It's fine if you don't want to say it. What's your purpose here?" Su Chen's calmness and composure made him mutter to himself, so he wanted to learn more about him before making a move. Su Chen rubbed his nose and glanced around. He said lightly, "I only have one purpose here, and that is to kill Yan Xingyi. Of course, if you want to stop me, I don't mind killing all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire square fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Chen. They really couldn't understand how this young human in front of them dared to boast to such an extent. One had to know that almost all the top powerhouses of the undead continent were gathered in the square, and there were 4 saint-level powerhouses. Su Chen wanted to kill all of them. His brain must have been flooded with water. Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't take it so hard, right? "Human, I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you can." After a long time, Yan Xingyi regained his senses and challenged. In his opinion, there were many powerhouses among the people present. Even if Su Chen was also a saint, he would not be able to hurt him at all. "As you wish." Su Chen's feet instantly shone with a purple light. Then his figure moved and disappeared on the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yan Xingyi. How is this possible? Yan Xingyi was scared out of his wits. His face was filled with deep fear. He had never seen such a fast speed. After realizing the danger, he desperately retreated. However, what made him even more frightened was that he found that his whole body was entangled by an invisible force and could not move at all. Chapter 908. Don't even think about it. The coarse old man roared and threw a punch at Su Chen. The punch of a sage-level expert was not a child's play. When the punch was thrown, the void seemed to shatter and made a cracking sound. "Get lost." Su Chen snorted and waved his hand, hitting the coarse old man's fist. There was a muffled bang. The coarse old man felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. Not only did his fist shatter, but he was also pushed back by more than 10 steps. "You overestimate yourself." Su Chen did not pursue him. Instead, he grabbed Yan Xingyi's neck with one hand and returned to his original position in a few flashes. He then threw Yan Xingyi to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence once again. Su Chen captured Yan Xingyi in a flash and defeated the coarse old man. There was no doubt about his terrifying strength. At this point, everyone no longer looked at Su Chen with contempt. Instead, they looked at him with deep respect and fear. Although Su Chen had only casually thrown a blow, it had completely stunned everyone. "Senior, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Yan Xingyi knelt at Su Chen's feet and begged loudly for mercy. Even a sage-level expert could not stop Su Chen. If he wanted to live, He could only beg for Su Chen's forgiveness. Su Chen glanced at him coldly and released his mental strength to crush Yanxingyi's limbs. With 4 explosive sounds, Yanxingyi's limbs exploded. He fell into a pool of blood and was reduced to a human stick. Yanxingyi was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It was too cruel. Witnessing this bloody scene, the expressions of the undead clan members changed. The fear in their hearts deepened. Even the sage-level experts' expressions became unusually grave. Old Emo, I'll leave this guy to you. After crippling Yanxingyi, Su Chen gave Emo Rong a look. Thank you, master. Emo Rong knew that Su Chen wanted him to take revenge personally. After expressing his gratitude, he began to torture Yanxingyi mercilessly. He had been by Su Chen's side for a period of time, and had been influenced by what he saw and heard. He had also learned a few tricks. Crack, crack. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking continued to resound. Every crack caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Seeing Yanxingyi being tortured to death, no one present dared to stop it. There was no other reason. Su Chen was standing on the side, eyeing them covetously. If anyone dared to stand out, they would probably become an ice-cold corpse in the next moment. 5 minutes later, Yanxingyi suffered a round of inhumane torture and finally died with hatred. Human, who are you? At this moment, a one-eyed old man could not help but ask. He was also a saint-level existence. As the top existence of the undead continent, he had always ignored Su Chen and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. My name is Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly. Su Chen, he was Su Chen. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. In the undead continent, even ordinary people knew of Su Chen's name. These powerful people were even more familiar with him. After knowing Su Chen's true identity, the huge square seemed to be shrouded in a haze. It was heavy and oppressive. Everyone started to kick and feel uneasy. Rumor had it that Su Chen was extremely cruel and loved to slaughter people of the mutated tribe. Now that he had appeared here, could it be that he wanted to exterminate the undead tribe? The one-eyed old man was shocked. He stared blankly at Su Chen and did not know what to do for a moment. The coarse old man's face was even paler. Previously, he had taken the initiative to attack Su Chen. Would Su Chen let him go? Chapter 909. Su Chen, our undead race has never offended you. What do you want? A skinny saint-level undead race member stepped forward and asked Su Chen. He didn't seem to be afraid of Su Chen at all. You undead race invaded the human continent, massacred humans on Thousand Feather Island, and even captured my friends. Is this what you call not offending me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and snorted. Captured your friends? The skinny saint-level undead race member was taken aback. He knew that the undead race had invaded the human continent. But Wen Qing had made a private deal with the Yao race to capture Han Kuan and the others. He knew nothing about it. There must be some misunderstanding, the skinny saint-level undead race member muttered. Just a misunderstanding and you're done with it? Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Today, if the undead race didn't give him an explanation, he wouldn't give up so easily. What do you want? A saint-level undead race member in a black robe asked coldly. After all, this was the undead race's continent. 4 saint-level undead race members were gathered here. No matter how strong Su Chen was, could he be a match for them? Hand over 1,000 level, 9 and above energy stones, and I won't pursue this matter, Su Chen said calmly. 1,000 level, 9 energy stones? Hearing this number, all the undead sucked in a breath of cold air. Did the undead race have so many level 9 energy stones? At this moment, they all thought that Su Chen wasn't here to solve the matter. He was clearly looking for trouble. What if we don't give it to you? The black-robed saint-level undead race member suppressed his anger and asked in a muffled voice. Su Chen pursed his lips and chuckled. 1 less energy stone, and I'll kill all of you here. Kill all of them? What an arrogant tone. There were thousands of undead race members present, and all of them were high-level cultivators. There were also 4 saint-level existences. Who gave Su Chen the courage to say such words? You think you can kill so many of us by yourself? The skinny undead Saint-level master's eyes gradually turned cold. Su Chen's arrogance and condescension had already caused him to be on the verge of exploding with rage. Who said I was the only one? Su Chen said faintly, then snapped his fingers behind him. Immediately, a group of experts led by Qi Mufeng got off the carriage and stood beside Su Chen. Seeing so many level 10 and above powerhouses appear all of a sudden, the undead race's expression became much more dignified. Qi Mufeng, this is a matter between the undead clan and Su Chen. Does your Qi clan also want to get involved? The skinny undead sage-level master's eyelids twitched when he saw Qi Mufeng. If there was only Qi Mufeng's reply, he wouldn't care. Most importantly, Qi Mufeng had the Qi clan behind him, and the Qi clan was an exceptionally powerful force in the void. It wasn't something that the undead race could fight against. Su Chen is my sworn brother. Do you think I should get involved? Qi Mufeng sneered. Sworn brother? The undead race were all stunned, then fell into silence. Su Chen alone was already powerful enough. If Qi Mufeng joined the fray, they wouldn't have the slightest confidence to fight against them. Seeing that the undead race were all silent, Su Chen didn't waste any more time. He opened the pet breeding space and summoned all his spiritual pets. Then he waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Fight it out with him. The burly elder roared and charged towards Su Chen. Since Su Chen wasn't going to let them go, they could only fight with their lives. Kill. Qi Muxue followed closely behind Su Chen. Her performance was exceptionally eye-catching. Qi Mufeng and the rest also found their own opponents to fight. Mo Rong stood where he was and hesitated for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and charged forward as well. Su Chen was his master. Master, you've already attacked. Even if you're facing your own race, you have no choice. Chapter 9-10. A great battle was about to break out. The entire square was instantly drowned out by the sounds of fighting. Su Chen locked onto the coarse old man and slashed out with his saber. A terrifying wave of lightning instantly spread out. A blue torrent swept forward. Wherever it passed, all the undead spirits that came into contact with it, regardless of their cultivation, were all turned into ashes. The coarse old man jumped in fright. He could clearly see that the blue torrent was rushing towards him. Although he knew that he could not resist it, he would not sit still and wait for death. When the blue torrent rushed in front of him, a bone shield suddenly appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. There was a loud boom. The blue torrent hit the bone shield heavily, and then there was a violent explosion. When the smoke settled, the bone shield had been blown into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. The coarse old man behind the shield was charred black. Although he was not dead, he was seriously injured and looked like he was about to collapse. Su Chen moved his feet and appeared in front of the coarse old man in a flash. He punched out. There was a loud bang. The coarse old man's entire body was blasted into a fine powder. The people who were originally fighting stopped at this moment and looked at Su Chen with inexplicable horror. A dignified saint-level powerhouse couldn't even withstand a single blow from Su Chen and was killed. Su Chen's strength shocked everyone. Those undead spirits wished that they could grow a pair of wings and escape immediately. After killing the coarse old man, Su Chen turned to look at the black-robed sage-level undead spirit. A mocking smile slowly appeared on his face. Su Chen, we are willing to give you the energy stones. Stop. After seeing how terrifying Su Chen was, the black-robed sage-level undead spirit admitted defeat. It's too late. Su Chen growled and instantly rushed forward. Qi Mufeng and the others also continued to kill the undead spirits. You forced me to do this. When Su Chen rushed over, the black-robed undead sage-level expert's body rapidly expanded. Accompanied by an explosive sound, his body instantly turned into a white skeleton that was 10 feet tall. His body was surrounded by a strong aura of death. So he's an evil cultivator. Su Chen sneered. Su Chen, you can die now. White skeleton roared. It clenched a huge bone fist and smashed it towards Su Chen. You overestimate yourself. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. His hand glowed with a faint golden light as he punched out. Bang. When the two fists collided, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Violent waves of air surged in all directions. Crack. What followed was the sound of bones breaking. The white skeleton's fist shattered under the impact of the huge impact. And even its thick bone arm was broken into several pieces. White skeleton took a few steps back. After stabilizing its body, it looked at Su Chun in horror. After turning into a skeleton, its strength and defense had increased several times. However, it was still defeated by Su Chun with a single punch. How powerful was Su Chun's body and strength? Trash! Do you think you can show off in front of me after turning into a skeleton? Su Chun sneered. Then he jumped into the air, took out the primordial 5 extremes mountain, and smashed it down from the sky. There was a loud bang. White skeleton was pressed to the ground without any resistance. Countless bones in its body were broken. For a moment, there were crisp sounds. Ah! White skeleton roared and struggled desperately, trying to escape from the primordial 5 extremes mountain. Su Chun would not give it the chance. He walked forward and stomped on its head. Suddenly, thousands of shiny fragments appeared in front of him. Chapter 9:11. At the same time, Qi Mufeng also killed the skinny saint-level undead spirit with one strike. The last saint-level undead spirit was smashed into meat paste by the golden puppet with one punch. From then on, the 4 saint-level undead spirits were all killed. None of the remaining undead spirits were able to escape. They were all killed by the gold-devouring beetles and other spirit pets, as well as Li Kuiyang's group of powerful undead spirits. Su Chun looked at the densely packed fragments in the square, and could not help but smile. Then he collected the fragments and let the others search for them. The undead spirits present were not ordinary people. They had many good things on them. Half an hour later, the group returned with a full load. Old Mo, lead the way to that mountain. Su Chun immediately ordered after returning to the car. Although they had collected some level 9 energy stones, it was not enough to upgrade the intelligent war chariot to level 9. Therefore, they had to make a trip to the mountain that contained level 9 energy stones. Yes. Mo Rong replied and started to guide the intelligent war chariot. Su Chun was about to return to the driver's seat to tidy up the fragments when Qi Muyu walked over and said with a smile, Su Chun, how was my performance? When Su Chun said to attack, she was the first to charge forward. He thought that his performance was very good, so shouldn't Su Chun reward him? Not bad. Su Chun replied casually. Then, without giving Qi Muxue a chance to speak again, he yawned and sat down in the driver's seat. He closed his eyes and rested. Damn it! Qi Muxue was so angry that her teeth were itching. However, she could not do anything to Su Chun. She could only stomp her feet to vent her anger. Su Chun returned to the driver's seat and started to tidy up the fragments. This time he had killed 4 saint-level spirit pets and hundreds of high-level cultivators. The fragments that had been dropped had reached a terrifying amount of 60,000. If all of them were converted into energy points, the total number of energy points he had accumulated in the past would be close to 300,000, reaching a new height once again. However, Su Chun knew very well that as his level continued to increase, 300,000 energy points was actually not a lot. Purchasing a level 13 all-attribute fragment already required 30,000 energy points, and the subsequent ones would definitely double. Moreover, there were many people around him. Other than Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang, the 2 false saints, the others and all the spiritual pets were below level 10. Their cultivation was too low. Once the void was exhausted, he would lose his combat ability. This was something he absolutely did not wish to see. Therefore, increasing their strength was also a matter that could not be delayed. Su Chun thought about it, and decided to leave 100,000 energy points for himself. The rest was used to increase the strength of others. The intelligent war chariot traveled for 2 days. On the 3rd day, it entered a vast mountain range. This mountain range was known as the Xitigarbha mountain range. It was also where the level 9 energy stones were located. Old Mo, do you know the exact location? Su Chun glanced outside and asked calmly. It's in the middle of a huge mountain peak. I think it's the one in front. Mo Rong pointed at the most conspicuous mountain peak in front of them and said. Suchin nodded and ordered, Satoshi, fly over quickly. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order and flew at full speed. Soon it was near the mountain peak. Master, I feel danger here. The swift bird suddenly reminded him. Danger? Suchin frowned. There was a level 10 golden python here, but a level 10 demon beast was not enough for the swift bird to sense danger. Then what was the source of the danger? Could it be that there were other experts hiding here? Chapter 9:12. Satoshi Land. Suchin didn't think too much about it. On the mainland, he had never been afraid of anyone. So what if there was danger? Could he be a threat to him? The intelligent war chariot landed at the foot of the mountain, but it was quiet all around. Not to mention the golden python, there wasn't even a shadow. Suchin glanced outside and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, search this mountain. Master, there's something in the mountain that can block my detection. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Suchin was surprised and turned to the swift bird. Xiao Sun, is the source of your danger from this mountain? Yes, I feel that there's a terrifying existence hidden inside. The swift bird replied and then said, however, I also feel that there's not only a level 9 energy stone, but also a lot of level 10 energy stones. And level 10 energy stones? Suchin was pleasantly surprised. With level 10 energy stones, the intelligent war chariot and mechanical soldier could both level up to level 10. This trip was really worth it. As for the terrifying existence inside, it would be best if it knew what was good for it. If not, it would be killed on the spot. He would kill anyone who dared to stop him from obtaining energy stones. Then Suchin opened the door and got out of the car with Qi Mufeng. As for the rest, he left them in the car. Before the danger was resolved, he didn't want the others to take the risk. After getting out of the car, Suchin looked around and saw a hidden cave at the foot of the mountain. It was pitch black inside, and he didn't know where it led to. Suchin guessed that the terrifying existence was probably in the cave. In order to force the other party to show up, he raised his hand and shot out a lightning ball. There was a rumbling sound. The entire mountain trembled violently for a moment, and a sizable landslide appeared. However, when the stone fell, the cave was still abnormally quiet. Let's see how long you can endure. Suchin snorted and condensed the violent thunder spell again. After all, his main objective was the energy stones. As long as the other party did not show up, he could just destroy the entire mountain. Stop. This old man will show himself. Just as Suchin was about to throw out the lightning ball, an old voice came out from the cave. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a strange rustling sound, a huge golden snake came out of the stone cave. On the head of the snake, there was an old man with a withered face. Suchin, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you're indeed a sharp person. The withered old man sized up Suchin and chuckled. You know me? Suchin asked softly. He was sure that this was the first time he had met this old man. How did this old man recognize him? However, at this moment, Qi Mufeng's expression changed slightly. He bowed to the withered old man and asked, Senior, are you supremacy carefree? The withered old man glanced at Qi Mufeng and smiled. So it's someone from the Qi clan. I am Wuyo. Supremacy carefree? Suchin muttered to himself and looked at Qi Mufeng. Qi Mufeng whispered, Suchin, supremacy carefree is a third-stage saint. He's also very famous in the void. Suchin, you're here for energy stones, right? Reverend Wuyo withdrew his smile and stared at Suchin as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Yes. Suchin replied straightforwardly. Since this was supremacy carefree's territory, the level 9 and level 10 energy stones would definitely belong to him. However, since he was already here, he would definitely not be satisfied if he did not obtain anything. Chapter 9:13. Since that's the case, I'll give you some. I can't let you come here for nothing. As Venerable Carefree spoke, he began to rummage through his storage bag. This old fellow is quite sensible. Su Chen was delighted. Since Venerable Carefree had taken the initiative to give him something, he didn't have to make a move. After all, he had no enmity with Venerable Carefree. He really couldn't find a reason to make a move. However, when he saw Venerable Carefree take out 5 grade 9 energy stones, Su Chen's face darkened. He said coldly, "Senior, do you think 5 grade 9 energy stones are enough to get rid of me?" "You think it's too little?" Venerable Carefree said casually. Then he took out another 5. "I'll give you another 5. You should be satisfied now, right?" Su Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, he had a feeling that Venerable Carefree was toying with him. Suppressing his anger, Su Chen said coldly, "What if I'm still not satisfied?" Venerable Carefree's face darkened slightly. He said seriously, "Su Chen, I heard that you're extremely cruel, killing people and exterminating clans at the slightest provocation. However, from what I understand, although you're unscrupulous in your actions, you abide by the rules. The people you killed were all people who had a grudge with you or offended you. This old man has no enmity with you. And this is the first time we've met. You won't rob me, right?" F***ck. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Venerable Carefree was actually reasoning with him. And his words were clear and logical. Indeed, he had killed countless people, but those people had all offended him. And Venerable Carefree hadn't offended him. If he were to rob him, it would be a little unreasonable. However, grade 9 and grade 10 energy stones were too important to him. He had to get them no matter what. Su Chen's thoughts turned. He asked, "Senior, you're from the undead race, right?" "Yes." Venerable Carefree nodded. He didn't care too much. Unexpectedly, Su's face suddenly turned cold. He snorted and said, "I have a few good friends who were captured by you undead clan members and sold to the demon clan. I don't know if they are still alive. As for the undead who captured my friend, he said that he was ordered by a 3rd-level Saint rank expert. In the undead continent, there is only one 3rd-level Saint rank expert, right?" At this point, Su Chen's body exuded a faint murderous aura. He seemed to be saying that if Venerable Worryless didn't give him an explanation, it would be difficult to resolve the situation today. Supremacy Worryless was stunned upon hearing this. He had never done such a thing. Wasn't Su Chen clearly trying to frame him? Qi Mufeng swallowed his saliva hard. He knew that Han Kuan and the others had been captured. However, this matter was clearly his doing. Su Chen was trying to shift the blame onto revered Carefree. This was clearly looking for trouble. This is a real bandit. Qi Muxiue, who was in the intelligent war chariot, secretly despised him. Previously, when they were in the elf continent, they had snatched the swift bird from the Titan. Su Chen had humiliated them, saying that the Qi family were all bandits. However, wasn't Su Chen acting like a bandit now? He had casually found an excuse, and the next step would definitely be to snatch it. Such a person still dared to say that the Qi family was a bandit? He was utterly shameless. "You're saying that I was the one who did this? Do you have proof?" Supremacy Worryless said angrily. He wouldn't accept such a label being pinned on him for no reason at all. "Of course I do." Su Chen was prepared. He pointed at the intelligent war chariot behind him and said confidently, "The people in the chariot are all witnesses. They can testify for me." Chapter 9:14. King Hao. Supremacy Worryless roared in his heart. The people in the car were Su Chen's friends. Of course, they would listen to whatever Su Chen said. How could these people be witnesses? Su Chen was too King shameless. Qi Mufeng, tell me, is that the case? Supremacy Worryless took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. He turned to question Qi Mufeng. He had met Qi Mufeng before, and he knew him quite well. He did not believe that Qi Mufeng would lie. "Brother Qi, just tell the truth." Su Chen winked at Qi Mufeng and said calmly. Qi Mufeng was speechless for a moment. He felt like he was at the center of a storm. Under the gaze of Supremacy Worryless and Su Chen, he slowly lowered his head and muttered, "Yes." Su Chen was his sworn brother after all. It was only right for him to help Su Chen. Even if he knew that he was lying, he had no other choice. Shameless. Supremacy Worryless was so angry that his hair stood on end. He had never expected that Qi Mufeng, who had always prided himself on being straightforward, would actually start to lie. How despicable. Senior, watch your words. Su Chen snorted softly and reprimanded him like an old man. Don't think that you can flaunt your seniority just because you're old. If you still don't know how to restrain yourself, I'm going to beat you up. Qi Mufeng gulped and stared at Su Chen in a daze. He thought to himself, Su Chen is too ruthless. He's trying to anger Supremacy Worryless to death. As expected, Supremacy Worryless' chest heaved violently. He was clearly on the verge of exploding. However, he was still very restrained. He looked at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, Su Chen, tell me, what exactly do you want? Senior, if you give me some energy stones as compensation, I will not pursue this matter. Su Chen smiled faintly. I see. Venerable Worryless came to a realization and gnashed his teeth in fury. Su Chen had found such an excuse. So it was all for the energy stones. How much do you want? Revered Carefree asked in a muffled voice. Give me 100 level 9 and 10 energy stones each, Su Chen said calmly. From the sound of it, level 9 and level 10 energy stones were as common as cabbages. 100 of each? Qi Mufeng's mouth was slightly open, and his expression was blank. He had long guessed that Su Chen would demand an exorbitant price, but he didn't expect it to be so exorbitant. 200 energy stones of level 9 and level 10. Wasn't this asking for Venerable Worryless' life? Su Chen, what if I refuse? Venerable Worryless' voice was unusually cold. As a stage 3 saint rank expert, he was a respected existence even in the void. But in Su Chen's eyes he was nothing. Su Chen's arrogance and conceit had thoroughly infuriated him. He didn't intend to continue tolerating it. If you don't give it to me, I'll have to fight. Su Chen pursed his lips and said indifferently, do you really think you're invincible? Venerable Worryless sneered. In the continent, I am an invincible existence. Su Chen said loudly with a solemn expression. He didn't have the slightest intention of keeping a low profile. Venerable Worryless clicked his tongue. I admit that you are indeed very strong in the continent. I can't defeat you. But if you want to defeat me, it's also impossible. You're that confident? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and exclaimed softly. In the continent, Venerable Worryless was the first person who dared to say such words in front of him. If you can't, you can try, Venerable Worryless said seriously. Chapter 9:15. Then I won't hold back. Su Chen harumphed coldly. With a kick, he charged at Supremacy Worryless like a startled swan. He had to get the energy stones. Since Supremacy Worryless didn't know what was good for him, he had to make a move. Seeing Su Chen's speed, Supremacy Worryless' eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he took out a small golden bell and threw it into the air. Then he raised his hand and threw it into the air. Golden light pulsed on it, and then it turned into a few dozen feet in size, covering his head. Su Chen didn't think much of it. He rushed forward, clenched his fist, and punched the golden bell. Dong. After a loud sound, the golden bell didn't move at all. It didn't seem to be damaged at all. Ha ha. Supremacy Worryless' laughter came from within the bell. Su Chen, my golden emperor bell is a top-notch defensive sacred artifact. No matter how powerful you are, you can forget about breaking its defense. Do you still think you can defeat me now? Hearing this, Qi Mufeng was stunned. A stage 3 sage was fighting one-on-one with Su Chen, but he chose to be a coward and didn't even dare to make a move. And he still had the nerve to mock Su Chen? Did he not want his old face anymore? Su Chen didn't get angry. He sized up the golden emperor bell and said indifferently, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in your turtle shell? Admittedly, the golden emperor bell's defense was very strong, but his methods weren't as simple as what he saw now. He still hadn't used any of his trump cards with great lethality. Su Chen, don't try to talk big. If you can break my defense, I'll surrender immediately. Supremacy Worryless provoked. As you wish. As Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, he reached out and took out the Yuan Combined 5 Extremes Mountain. After it expanded to 100 feet in size, It flew above the Golden Emperor Bell and smashed down heavily. There was a loud boom. It shook the surrounding mountains, causing them to tremble. The Golden Emperor Bell suffered a heavy blow and was embedded into the ground. However, the surface was still shining with a bright golden light, and it didn't seem to be damaged at all. Seeing this, Suchin was slightly moved. One had to know that the integrated 5 Extremes mountain weighed 108,000 kilograms. This weight was not something that an ordinary sacred artifact could withstand. Suchin, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Why don't you just stop here? Revered Carefree said in a low voice. This time he did not provoke Suchin. Although Suchin's attack didn't do anything to him, he was still afraid that Suchin would continue to smash him like this. No matter how strong the Donghuang Bell was, it would not be able to withstand hundreds and thousands of such attacks. Qi Mufeng secretly broke out in cold sweat for supremacy worryless. Suchin still had 2 powerful killing moves that he had yet to use. This was especially true for the fusion of ice and fire magic. Even 7 Frost Sword had been killed in one move. How could a mere Golden Emperor Bell stop him? Once Suchin was angered and used this move, Revered Carefree would be reduced to ashes along with the bell. The person who wants me to stop hasn't been born yet. Suchin snorted and walked into the air step by step. Then 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. Suddenly, 10 phantoms appeared, as well as 2 identical Suchens. In order to shatter the Golden Emperor Bell's defenses, Suchin used the 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows killing technique and summoned his second primordial spirit. All of a sudden, the 12 Suchin launched their attacks at the same time. Various types of spell techniques and several holy swords rained down from the sky in a torrential downpour. What kind of sacred art is this? Facing Suchin's storm-like attacks, Revered Carefree was completely stunned. For the first time he doubted the Golden Emperor Bell's defenses. Chapter 9:16. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the entire Golden Emperor Bell was smashed into the ground. Furthermore, dense cracks appeared on its surface, and the golden glow on it dimmed. It was clearly severely damaged and could not withstand Suchin's next attack. Old Wu, do you still want to fight? Suchin glanced at the deep pit and asked calmly. Although Venerable Carefree was a little pretentious, he was not bad overall. Suchin's main goal was the energy stones. He did not want to kill Venerable Carefree. No, I admit defeat. Venerable Carefree crawled out of the deep pit, his face covered in dust and looking battered and exhausted. The Golden Emperor Bell was almost shattered. What could he use to fight Suchin? If he continued, he would not be able to keep his life. Old Wu, according to the agreement, shouldn't you give me the energy stones? Suchin did not want to waste time with him, and directly asked for the energy stones. Venerable Carefree's face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, I can give you 100 level, 9 energy stones, but I only have 40 level, 10 energy stones. But don't worry, I can use other things to replace them. Venerable Carefree had done a very good job in this aspect. Suchin nodded slightly. That's it. I don't want anything else. The intelligent war chariot needed 30 level, 9 energy stones to upgrade to level 9 and another 30 level 10 energy stones to upgrade to level 10. The remaining 10 could be used to install the mechanical soldiers. Therefore, he was already very satisfied with the amount Venerable Carefree gave him. Is that okay? Venerable Carefree was a little embarrassed. I always keep my word. Senior, just give it to me, Suchin promised. Venerable Carefree did not hesitate anymore. He took out a storage bag and threw it to Suchin. Suchin counted the amount. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he smiled and said to Venerable Carefree, Senior, I won't disturb you any further. With that, he walked toward the intelligent war chariot with Qi Mufeng. Now that he had achieved his goal, he had to hurry to the monster continent to rescue Han Kuan and the others. Supremacy Carefree hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Suchin, wait a moment. Anything else? Suchin stopped and turned around to look at Revered Carefree. Suchin, have you offended Heaven-Scattering Taoist? Venerable Carefree probed. Heaven-Scattering Taoist? Suchin gradually narrowed his eyes. a cold light flashing in his eyes. In the secret realm of the Yunluo Mountains, the heaven-scattering Taoist had sent 5 sage-level experts to kill him. It could be said that heaven-scattering Taoist had been put on his must-kill list. I once robbed him of his things, and he once sent people to kill me. Su Chen didn't try to hide anything. Had he robbed something from heaven-scattering Taoist? Taoist carefree smacked his lips and secretly thought that Su Chen was really audacious. He even dared to rob heaven-scattering Taoist things. Su Chen, if you enter the void, you must be careful. Heaven-scattering Taoist is gathering people to deal with you. Venerable Carefree took a breath and reminded him. The reason why he told him this was firstly to thank Su Chen for showing mercy. Secondly, he believed that as long as Su Chen didn't die, he would become a supreme expert sooner or later. Maybe he would even be promoted to the legendary divine realm. He also wanted to take this opportunity to form a good relationship with him. Senior, thank you for reminding me. Su Chen thanked him. He had expected that heaven-scattering Taoist wanted to deal with him in the void. However, Venerable Carefree did warn him at the risk of offending heaven-scattering Taoist, which was indeed worth thanking. Chapter 917. You're welcome, Venerable Wuyo said with a smile. Senior, do you know which stage of the saint-level heaven-scattering Taoist is at? Su Chen continued to ask. Last time, he learned from Qi Mufeng that heaven-scattering Taoist was very powerful, but he didn't know his specific cultivation. Therefore, he wanted to find out more from Venerable Wuyo. Venerable Wuyo thought for a moment and replied, I don't know which stage of the saint level he is at, but rumor has it that his strength is second only to the Realm Lord. Realm Lord? It was the first time Su Chen heard of it, and he couldn't help but frown. Qi Mufeng explained. The Realm Lord is the strongest person in the alliance of 10,000 tribes. Rumor has it that his cultivation is likely to have broken through to the God Realm. Hiss. Su Chen gasped. The God Realm was beyond the 10th stage of the saint level. It was needless to say how powerful he was. But was there still a God Realm existence? A long time ago, he had heard from the gold-devouring bug that almost all the God Realm experts had fallen in a great battle 10,000 years ago. Therefore, he still had some doubts about whether the Realm Lord was a God Realm expert or not. I can't be sure whether the Realm Lord is a God Realm expert or not, but there is no doubt that he is the strongest person in the alliance of 10,000 tribes, Venerable Wuyo said with a smile. Su Chen took a breath and then asked, Where is the Realm Lord in the void? In his opinion, even if the Realm Lord was not a God Realm expert, he was at least a 10th stage saint-level expert. He was definitely not someone he could fight against. It was best to avoid him in advance when he entered the void in the future. Venerable Wuyo shook his head and said with a wry smile, The Realm Lord's whereabouts are unpredictable. The entire void can be regarded as his home, but no one can find him. The meaning in his words was that the Realm Lord was a mysterious and powerful existence. Su Chen didn't dwell on this matter. Since the Realm Lord was in charge of the 10,000 tribes, he should be very busy. As long as one didn't provoke him, it shouldn't attract his attention. After a while, Su Chen and Venerable Wuyo chatted about heaven-scattering Taoist for a while, and then left. Behind them, the intelligent war chariot headed straight for Yuyuan City. Near Yuyuan City, there was a realm passage that connected to the demon race. When one reached there, they would be able to find the realm point and enter the demon race continent. On the way, Qi Mufeng came to Su Chen's side and whispered, Su Chen, after entering the monster race's continent, I must return to my family as soon as possible. Did something happen to your Qi clan? Su Chen asked. That's not it. Qi Mufeng smiled and explained, I just received a message from my family. The Starry Sky tournament has been brought forward by a year, and will be held in half a year. I have to go back and prepare. Starry Sky competition? Su Chen looked at Qi Mufeng in confusion and asked, Brother Qi, what is the Starry Sky Grand Tournament? To put it bluntly, the Starry Sky Grand Tournament is a competition between the strongest of the younger generation of our alliance of 10,000 races, Qi Mufeng said. The Starry Sky Grand Tournament included the young experts of the continent and the void. so it must be very valuable. But what Suchin couldn't figure out was, what was the point of organizing a competition? Brother Chi, what is the purpose of the Starry Sky Grand Tournament? Suchin asked. To select a place to enter the Void Secret Realm. Chi Mufeng replied and then explained. The Void Secret Realm opens once every 100 years. There are countless treasures and spiritual materials inside, but it's also extremely dangerous. Not only will the cultivators of our alliance of 10,000 races enter, but the void beasts will also send people in. Chapter 9:18. Both the Myriad Tribes Alliance and the Void Beasts were fighting to enter the Void Secret Land. This meant that there must be a lot of treasures in the Void Secret Land. Suchin was tempted. He asked, Brother Chi, can I participate in the Starry Sky Grand Competition? Yes, but you have to join a big force first, Chi Mufeng said. Suchin suddenly remembered that in the mysterious heavenly continent, one had to join a big force and go through a selection process to enter the Void Battleground. This was different from the Starry Sky Grand Competition. Brother Chi, it shouldn't be a problem for me to join the Chi family, right? Suchin asked. He had offended all the big forces of the human tribe. Moreover, the human tribe's sage level wanted to kill him. None of them would accept him. After thinking about it, only the Chi family was suitable. No problem at all, Chi Mufeng promised. In fact, he said this to persuade Suchin to join the Chi family. With Suchin's strength, even in the Starry Sky Grand Competition where geniuses gathered, he would definitely come in first place. This way, the Chi family would be able to get more spots. Cooperating with Suchin would be beneficial to both sides. Suchin nodded. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chi. However, I still have some things to deal with. I can't go back to the Chi family with you this time. Rescuing Han Kuan and the others, killing Ji Tsongzi, and finding a blacksmith master were urgent matters. At the very least, he had to deal with these two things before he could enter the Void Battleground. It's okay. As long as you can get there in time. Chi Mufeng replied. He then took out a white bead and gave it to Suchin. He said, Suchin, this is a communication bead. You can use it to find the exact location of the Void Battleground. Chi Mufeng's communication bead could be contacted from thousands of miles away. It was obvious that the communication bead was extraordinary. Suchin carefully put it away in his storage pouch. Then he chatted with Chi Mufeng about the Starry Sky Grand Competition. After that, he installed the new level 9 energy stone on the Intelligent War Chariot. When the Intelligent War Chariot was upgraded to level 9, it was equipped with a level 10 energy stone. Now that the Intelligent War Chariot had reached level 10, the various abilities of the Intelligent War Chariot had increased tremendously. The detection function that Suchin valued the most directly soared to a range of 10,000 kilometers. Other than that, he also used 2 level-up gems to upgrade the Mechanical Soldier to level 10. He also installed the remaining 10 level 10 energy stones, which were enough to ensure that it could be used for a long time. 2 days later, the Intelligent War Chariot successfully entered the demonic beast continent. Since he didn't know the exact location of the saint-level devouring heavens, Suchin caught a high-level demonic beast nearby and interrogated it for the exact location. The sky-devouring beast's lair was located in a mountain range called Shell Lake. The Shell Lake mountain range was less than 10,000 kilometers away from here, which happened to be within the detection range of the Intelligent War Chariot. Locking onto the Shell Lake mountain range, the Intelligent War Chariot sped over. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. In a few hours, they appeared in front of the Shell Lake mountain range. Satoshi, search for any humans, Suchin ordered. Han Kuan and the others were bought by the sky-devouring beast. If there were any humans here, it was likely to be them. Master, I found 4. The Intelligent War Chariot quickly replied and transmitted the images of the 4 humans to the central control screen. Han Kuan. Suchin recognized them at a glance and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 9:19. However, there was one thing that Suchin did not expect. At this time, Han Kuan and the other three were in a small courtyard. The surroundings were quiet, and there was not even a guard. It seemed that they were living a very comfortable life. They did not look like they were captured at all. It was more like they were here for a vacation. What was going on? Suchin was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he said, "Satoshi, find the location of the strongest person here." The image on the central control screen changed to a huge mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a row of simple wooden houses. Inside, an old man in animal skin was drinking tea leisurely. After breaking through to level 10, demonic beasts could transform into human form. This old man was most likely the sky-devouring beast. Suchin looked away after a glance and said to the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, go find Han Kuan and the others first." Yes. The intelligent war chariot turned on the flying function and soon flew to the small courtyard where Han Kuan and the others were. Han Kuan and the other three had seen the intelligent war chariot before. However, it was their first time seeing the intelligent war chariot in its flying form. They were a little panicked when they did not know who was coming. Suchin opened the car door and flew into the small courtyard with a smile on his face. Suchin. When they saw that it was Suchin, Han Kuan and the others were pleasantly surprised. "Suchin, how did you find this place?" Han Kuan ran to Suchin with a complicated expression on his face. Suchin was definitely not just passing by. He was here to save them, which made Han Kuan feel very touched. However, this was the demonic beast continent after all. There was a sage-level demonic beast nearby. Suchin would definitely be killed if he was discovered by the sage-level demonic beast. "I got to know about your situation from Lu Yuan by chance," Suchin said with a smile. "Suchin, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll be in danger." Han Kuan gritted his teeth and said, in recent years, Suchin had been stirring up a storm in the human world and the non-humankind world, but he didn't know about any of these things. Therefore, his understanding of Suchin's strength was still the same as when they first met. At that time, Suchin was only level 4. Even though more than a year had passed, he should at most be level 6, right? How could a level 6 demon beast be a match for a saint-level demon beast? He would probably be smashed into meat paste in a single exchange. "Leave." Suchin laughed involuntarily. He knew what Han Kuan was thinking and said calmly, "The sky-devouring demon from the demon clan captured you and brought you here. If you don't give me an explanation, I don't mind completely eliminating the demon clan." Exterminate the demon clan? Han Kuan's mouth was slightly agape, and he was completely dumbfounded. Han Feng and the other two were dumbstruck when they heard these words. Suchin actually wanted to eliminate the demon clan. This was something that they had never thought of and dared not imagine. "Suchin, you're not joking with me, right?" Han Kuan recovered from his shock and asked in a trembling voice. To eliminate the demon clan, one must first eliminate the saint-level demon beast. Could Suchin do it? It was impossible even if one thought with their toes. After all, Suchin was too young. No matter how talented he was, he definitely couldn't reach the saint level. How could he be a match for a saint-level demon beast? "Eliminating the demon clan is actually not difficult for me," Suchin said seriously. This was not an exaggeration at all. With his current strength and many helpers, if he really wanted to eliminate the demon clan, no one could stop him. Han Kuan stared at Suchin in a daze and was speechless for a moment. In his impression, Suchin was not someone who liked to brag. Then why did he say that? Chapter 920. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from afar. Before the person arrived, a powerful aura crushed over. "The demon clan sage is here." Han Kuan and the other three were shocked. Suchin was calm. He knew that it was Sky-devouring beast. He wanted to find trouble with Sky-devouring beast. Since Sky-devouring beast took the initiative to come, it saved him a lot of trouble. Soon, an old man in animal skin came over. When he saw Suchin's face, his eyelids twitched and he withdrew his aura. He asked, "Are you Suchin?" "Yes," Suchin said calmly. Judging from his expression, he did not take Sky-devouring beast seriously at all. The old man in animal skin clicked his tongue and put on a smile. I've heard that Brother Su has an imposing appearance. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. I'm Sky-Devouring Beast. Greetings, Brother Su. Sky-Devouring Beast was very humble, and there was a hint of flattery in his tone. Han Kuan and the other three were dumbfounded. A demon clan sage took the initiative to befriend Su Chen? Moreover, he seemed to be very afraid of Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. Am I close to you? Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. He was a little confused about what Sky-Devouring Beast was up to. Logically speaking, he had killed countless demons. Even if Sky-Devouring Beast did not attack him, he should not treat him with such an attitude. After being scolded by Su Chen, Sky-Devouring Beast was not angry. Instead, he smiled embarrassedly. Brother Su, you're right. I was rude. Ha. Han Kuan and the other three were completely stunned. Sky-Devouring Beast actually took the initiative to apologize to Su Chen after being scolded. Was a demon clan sage so nice? Was he so cowardly in front of Su Chen? Old Devouring Beast, you should know why I'm here, right? Su Chen said calmly. One would not hit a smiling person. Sky-Devouring Beast was so tactful that he was not used to it. I know. Tunchen nodded and pointed at Han Kuan and the other three. They must be here for them. The four of them are my friends, but you captured them. Tell me, how should I deal with this matter? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his voice was much colder. The Sky-Devouring Beast swallowed its saliva and hurriedly replied. In all honesty, I brought them here for their safety. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Sky-Devouring Beast's answer was beyond his expectations. The Heaven-Devouring Beast continued to explain. On that day, various forces rushed into Thousand Feather Island and mercilessly massacred the human race. If I hadn't taken the opportunity to buy them back, they would have died on Thousand Feather Island. So I have to thank you? Su Chen chuckled. I don't dare. Sky-Devouring replied with a trembling voice. Tell me your purpose, Su Chen said coldly. Not only was there no friendship between him and the demon race, but there was also a considerable grudge between them. Why would the Sky-Devouring Beast help him? There must be a purpose for this. Sky-Devouring Beast said truthfully. Our demon race has offended you before. The main purpose of this matter is to make up for our mistakes and beg for your forgiveness. Su Chen's fierce reputation had long spread to every foreign race. He acted without scruples and would easily kill and exterminate a race. In the continent, almost no one could suppress Su Chen. Fearing Su Chen's revenge, he could only do something to satisfy Su Chen. When Han Kuan and the other three heard this, their hearts shook. At this moment, they realized that Su Chen should be very strong, so strong that even the demon race's saint-level experts had to bow down in front of him. Could it be that Su Chen is also a saint-level expert? Thinking of this, Han Kuan took a deep breath. Chapter 921. Su Chen was in a difficult position now. He originally thought that he could go on a killing spree in the demon race, but Tunchen was so tactful and took the initiative to help him. If he insisted on taking action, it would be a little unreasonable. However, he was unwilling to only take away Han Kuan and the other three and not get any benefits. At this moment, Tunchen walked up and took out a storage bag and placed it in Su Chen's hands. He smiled and said, Our demon race was in the wrong in the past. This is a small gift as compensation. At first, Su Chen didn't care, but after seeing the contents of the storage bag, he became excited. Not only were there hundreds of high-grade energy stones and 2 wind spirit stones, there was also a mechanical heart. The value of the mechanical heart was self-evident, and it was something he urgently needed. He also had a saint-level puppet in his storage bag that lacked the mechanical heart. If he installed it and woke it up, combined with the golden puppet, he could reach Saint Level 3. In the future, it would definitely be a great help when he entered the void. You're giving me everything inside? Su Chen took a deep breath and probed. It's just a small gift. Brother Su, please accept it. Tunchen smiled and said. This time, he had put in a lot of effort to beg for Su Chen's forgiveness. If Suchen didn't accept it, he would feel uneasy. Then I won't be polite. Suchen's mouth twitched and said, Old Tunshin, you're not bad. You're sensible. If you meet any trouble in the future, tell me your name. I'll protect you. Thank you, Brother Su. Tunshin was overjoyed. Although Suchen only gave a simple promise, it was very precious. With Suchen's super talent and strength, he would become the strongest in the void sooner or later. One day, he might even reach the realm of a sector lord. With such a strong person protecting them, the demon race would prosper. Suchen kept the item in his storage bag and asked, Old Tunshin, where did you get the mechanical heart? The mechanical heart was something that could only be found by chance. He wanted to get some information from Tunshin and get a few more pieces. The heaven-devouring beast hesitated for a moment and said, I got it from a saint stage void beast. After saying that, it seemed to be worried that Suchen would be angry and explained, However, I only had a transaction with him. I didn't do anything harmful to the alliance. Suchen didn't care. In his opinion, there was no difference between the void beasts and other foreign races. As long as they didn't provoke him, he didn't care about other things. Alright, if there's nothing else, we'll part. After figuring out the origin of the mechanical heart, Suchen planned to leave the demon race's continent. Suchen, there's a passage to the void here. We're going back to our family. Qi Mufeng led Qi Muxue and Qi Muyu down the carriage and came to Suchen's side. Oh. Suchen nodded. Before entering the demon race's continent, Qi Mufeng said that he was going to return to the void. However, when it was time to leave, he still couldn't bear to. After all, they had been together and fought side by side for a period of time. Moreover, they got along very well. When Tunshin heard that Qi Mufeng was going to return to the void, he had a thought and asked Qi Mufeng, May I know which family in the void is this friend from? Those who could establish a family in the void were definitely not ordinary people. They were enough to attract his attention. Void Fortress Qi family, Qi Mufeng said directly. Chapter 922. The Qi family. The sky-devouring beast was shocked. The Qi family was one of the top 10 hidden families in the void, and they even had a 5th stage saint-level patriarch. They were definitely one of the top families in the void. So it's Brother Qi. I've heard a lot about you. After learning about Qi Mufeng's identity, the sky-devouring beast was much more respectful. You're welcome. Qi Mufeng replied lightly. Old devouring beast, since Brother Qi wants to enter the void from the demon clan, I'll have to trouble you to help, Suchen said with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me, the sky-devouring beast said confidently. It was eager to be on good terms with the Qi family. Later, Suchen chatted with Qi Mufeng for a while and gave him some seeds before leaving. After Qi Mufeng, his sister, and the sky-devouring beast left, Suchen led Han Kuan and the others into the car. Satoshi, find the boundary point that connects to the dwarf clan. Back in the car, Suchen first instructed the intelligent war chariot, and then asked Han Kuan and the others, How have you been in the demon clan? Pretty good. There's food and drink, but we can't move around freely, Han Kuan said with a smile. Suchen nodded slightly, and then his gaze fell on Ji Wushuang. Uncle, we're quite fated. Senior, thank you for saving my life, Ji Wushuang said gratefully. He still remembered the scene when he met Suchen. Everywhere Suchen went, there would be a bloody storm. At first, he regarded Suchen as a god of plague, a god of death, and wished he could stay as far away from Suchen as possible. But later, he realized that Suchen was not only a god of death, but also his savior. Including this time, he had saved him twice. Therefore, his gratitude to Suchen came from the bottom of his heart. Suchen waved his hand and didn't care. Suchen, what is your cultivation level now? Han Kuan probed. He suspected that Suchen had advanced to the saint rank, but he felt that it was impossible. I just reached the first level of the saint realm. Suchen did not hide anything. Hiss. Han Kuan and the other three looked at each other and fell into deep shock. After that, the intelligent war chariot flew for 2 days and found the boundary point that connected to the dwarf continent. It successfully entered the dwarf continent. The dwarf continent gave Su Chen a very desolate feeling. Within the 10,000-kilometer range of the intelligent war chariot, they only found a few dwarves. In order to confirm Jitsongzi's location, Su Chen called Wu Yazi out of the primal chaos space. Senior, we have already entered the dwarf continent. Where is that Jitsongzi? Su Chen asked. Hearing that they had entered the dwarf race's continent, Wu Yazi became excited. It had been hundreds of years since he left the dwarf continent. During this period, his heart had been filled with hatred. Now he finally had a chance to take revenge. If he's not in the void, he'll be at Li Tianfeng Peak. Wu Yazi took a breath and said, Satoshi, search for Li Tianfeng Peak. Let's go immediately, Su Chen ordered. Master, Li Tianfeng Peak is not in the search range. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Li Tianfeng Peak was obviously out of the intelligent war chariot's detection range. Su Chen said, Senior, please guide Fong Fong. Wu Yazi nodded and pointed the direction for the intelligent war chariot. A day later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the foot of a huge mountain. This mountain was thousands of feet high and pierced the clouds. It was Li Tianfeng Peak. Su Chen Jitsongzi is very vigilant. Once he senses danger, he will run away immediately. We can't go to him rashly. Wu Yazi reminded him. Chapter 923. Can he still escape from the continent? Su Chen asked, puzzled. With his current strength, even if the other party ascended to the heavens or descended to the earth, he wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. You don't know, but leaving Heaven Edge has a teleportation formation that connects to the void. Once he escapes into the void, it will be very difficult to catch him, Wu Yazi explained. It will take some time for him to enter the teleportation formation, right? I can capture or kill him in an extremely short period of time. Not giving him the chance to teleport, Su Chen said. If he went all out, very few people could withstand half a move from him. So far, only Han Sword 7 was capable of doing this. He didn't believe that Jitsongzi had the strength of 7th Sword Han. Even if he did, it didn't matter because he could summon his second primordial spirit. In a 2-on-1 situation, he could definitely kill the other party in an instant. No. Wu Yazi shook his head and said. He has a defensive sacred armor on him. And its defensive strength is even stronger than the one on Han Haoyang in the abandoned land. Unless you use a killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. Hearing this, Su Chen muttered to himself. Han Haoyang's armor was indeed very strong. At that time, he used 10,000 lights 10 shadows killing technique, but he still couldn't completely destroy it. Jitsongzi's defensive sacred armor was a grade higher, and the difficulty of destroying it increased by several times. Only a killer move that fused ice and fire magic could do it. However, although this move was extremely powerful, it required a certain amount of time to prepare. If things went wrong, Jitsongzi might be frightened and run away. Senior, if I sneak in and destroy the void passage, he won't be able to escape, right? Su Chen asked. Wu Yazi shook his head. There's a defensive formation outside the void passage that can't be broken in a short period of time. Jitsongzi also has a teleportation talisman that can teleport him into the void passage immediately. This guy has a lot of good things on him. Su Chen sighed. Jitsongzi had both the defensive sacred armor and the teleportation talisman. It was indeed very difficult to kill him. However, the people who were included in Su Chen's must-kill list, none of them could survive. Even if there were difficulties, they had to be overcome. In short, Jitsongzi must die. Su Chen pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He then said to Wu Yazi, Senior, I have an idea. Wu Yazi pricked up his ears and listened quietly. We can use the Moonshine City to trap him, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Moonshine City not only had a strong defensive ability, but it could also block space. Even if one had a transmission talisman in hand, they could not use it. Once Jitsongzi was trapped inside, it would be impossible for him to escape. That day when Su Chen took Moon Spirit in, he had considered this. He never thought that he would have to use it so soon. That's a good idea. Wu Yazi was overjoyed. Senior, we still have to think of a way to lure him out. Su Chen reminded. Although the Moonshine City was a top sacred tool, to trap the other party must take the initiative to enter. That's easy. Wu Yazi quickly said. You arrange the Moonshine City in advance. I will attract Ji Congzi's attention. That guy hates me to the bone, and will definitely chase after me crazily. When I hide in the Moonshine City, he will definitely follow. However, you have to pay attention to one thing. Don't let the Moonshine City be too conspicuous, otherwise, it will make Ji Congzi suspicious. Su Chen nodded and turned to the intelligent war chariot, and ordered, Satoshi, search for any saint-level existences in Li Tianfeng Peak. Master, there is a second-level saint-level expert in Li Tianfeng Peak. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Chapter 924. Second-level saint rank. Su Chen frowned slightly. He still remembered that Wu Yazi had said that Ji Congzi was a first-level saint rank expert. Now that he was a second-level saint rank expert, it meant that Ji Congzi had been promoted. However, in the continent he could only exert a cultivation of level 10 at most, so he did not care. Later he opened the chaos space to contact Moon Spirit. Only Moon Spirit could control the Moonshine City, so he must have her help. Su Chen, I will do my best to cooperate. Moon Spirit promised. After taking the level 7 physique potion, given by Su Chen, she had been promoted to level 7, and was more proficient in controlling the Moonshine City. Trapping a saint rank existence was not a big problem. With the plan set, the next step was to prepare. Moon Spirit took out the Moonshine City, and enlarged it to the size of 200 or 300 feet. After being slightly modified by Wu Yazi, it looked almost the same as an ordinary house. Then Su Chen put away the intelligent war chariot, and entered the Moonshine City with Moon Spirit to hide. Wu Yazi entered the heaven-separating peak alone to lure Ji Congzi. Before long, there was a violent explosion and angry roar from the heaven-separating peak. Wu Yazi, there is a road to heaven, but you don't want to take it. This time, I want to see how you escape. In the direction of the heaven-separating peak, Wu Yazi flew in the direction of the Moonshine City. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to have suffered a minor injury. Behind him, there were 3 people in hot pursuit. The person in the lead was also an old man with a withered face. This person's aura was thick, and his body exuded a majestic pressure. He should be Ji Congzi. The other 2 were also level 10 experts. Ji Congzi, you couldn't kill me back then, so don't even think about it now. Wu Yazi provoked while running in a panic. Old man's acting skills are not bad. Su Chen chuckled. Wu Yazi's injuries had already recovered, and with the 18 sacred tool shields, even if he could not defeat Ji Congzi, he would never be in such a difficult situation. The reason why he showed such an appearance was most likely to lure Ji Congzi. The entire dwarf continent is under my control. Let's see where you can escape to. Ji Congzi laughed nastily and shot out a purple beam from afar, accurately hitting Wu Yazi's back. Wu Yazi staggered from the heavy blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. Haha, do you think a trash like you can fight me? Ji Congzi laughed wildly, his speed increasing greatly as he charged straight at Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi gritted his teeth and staggered into the Moonshine City. Ji Congzi did not think much at all. He took the 2 level 10 cultivators and plunged into the Moonshine City. Unexpectedly, just as they entered, the surroundings suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the scene in front of him changed. It was as if he had entered a huge square. Ji Congzi was, after all, a saint-level existence. He quickly calmed down and narrowed his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Wu Yazi's figure soon appeared in his line of sight. Beside him stood a handsome young human, and a beautiful elf with an otherworldly aura. Wu Yazi, did you deliberately lead me here? Ji Congzi hurriedly glanced at Su Chen and Moon Spirit before his eyes finally fell on Wu Yazi. This old man was afraid that you would run away, so I had to lead you here. A meaningful smile crossed the corner of Wu Yazi's mouth as he faintly said, Once you enter here, we can catch a turtle in a jar. Chapter 925. With just the two of you? Jeet Songzi snorted coldly with a disdainful look on his face. Wu Yazi was someone who had been defeated by him, so he didn't put Wu Yazi in his eyes. As for Su Chen and Moon Spirit, they were too young and were directly ignored by him. I'm sure I can't kill you, but he can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. Wu Yazi pointed at Su Chen and said faintly. Jeet Songzi exclaimed softly. Su Chen was just a human, and he was so young. No matter how talented he was, his cultivation couldn't have reached level 10. Without level 10, how could Wu Yazi boast so shamelessly? Wu Yazi continued. Don't be fooled by his young age, but his reputation is like thunder. You should have heard of him. Hearing Wu Yazi's words, Jeet Songzi suddenly recalled a person and said with a trembling voice, he's Su Chen. Rumor had it that Su Chen was only 20 years old, or perhaps even younger, but his strength was unfathomable. Countless powerhouses had died in his hands, including several saint-level existences. The two level 10 cultivators beside Jeet Songzi turned pale when they heard Su Chen's name. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had naturally heard of Su Chen's name. Rumor had it that Su Chen was extremely ferocious and unscrupulous. Anyone who had offended him didn't have a good ending. Why did Su Chen appear here? Would he take action against them? The two of them suddenly felt uneasy. Are you really Su Chen? Jeet Songzi stared at Su Chen and probed. Yes. Su Chen nodded slightly. Jeet Songzi took a deep breath, rolled his eyes and asked, Su Chen, we have no enmity between us. What do you want? It was rumored that although Su Chen was unscrupulous in his actions, he also abided by the rules. As long as one did not offend him, he would never kill the innocent. Moreover, he and Su Chen had never met before, so there was no enmity between them. So why would Su Chen appear here? There is only one purpose. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled faintly. Kill you. Kill me? Jeet Songzi's expression suddenly changed. The hearts of the two level 10 cultivators beside him pounded violently. Why do you want to kill me? Jeet Songzi's face was cold. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Su Chen's past achievements made it clear to him that he was no match for Su Chen in the continent. However, he had nothing to be afraid of. If he couldn't win, he could just run away. If he escaped into the void, Su Chen would not be able to do anything to him. He was even confident that he could kill Su Chen in the void. However, unless it was a last resort, he did not want to fight with Su Chen. Therefore, he wanted to understand why Su Chen wanted to kill him. Are you stupid? Can't you see that I'm with old Wu? You offended old Wu, so of course I want to kill you. Su Chen sneered. Jeet Songzi was a saint-stage existence, but he couldn't even see this point. How arrogant. So it's for Wu Yazi. Jeet Songzi gritted his teeth and said coldly, Su Chen, what benefits did Wu Yazi give you? I can give you double. The way he saw it, Su Chen and Wu Yazi hanging out together was definitely because of benefits. He had occupied the dwarf continent for many years, and had plundered many good things. He could definitely use this to move Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Old Wu is my friend, and a villain like you can't be my friend, so you must die. In that case, let me see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. Jeet Songzi sneered, and his body was filled with a layer of violent killing intent. Chapter 926. Since Su Chen did not want to let him go, Jeet Songzi would not sit still and wait for his death. It would be best if he could take the opportunity to kill Su Chen, but if he was not his opponent, he could just escape. As you wish. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to throw a punch. Suddenly, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air and smashed toward Jeet Songzi. Insignificant skill. Jeet Songzi sneered, and a purple armor suddenly emerged on his body, completely wrapping him up. Bang bang bang. 100 golden fist shadows fell, accompanied by 2 shrill screams. The 2 level 10 dwarf cultivators turned into 2 puddles of flesh and died on the spot. As for Jeet Songzi, he just swayed a few times and did not suffer any damage. Haha. Jeet Songzi laughed wantonly and said, Su Chen, what other skills do you have? Just use them all. After easily blocking Su Chen's secret fist technique, Ji Zongzi's confidence was greatly boosted. He felt that Su Chen was just SOSO. This guy is going to be out of luck. Wu Yazi sneered in his heart. Since Ji Zongzi dared to provoke Su Chen, with Su Chen's style of doing things, he would certainly torture him to death. I'll fulfill your request. Su Chen snorted coldly, and then opened the pet raising space and the storage bag, summoning a group of spirit pets and the golden puppet. The Pegasus Meteor Fist he just used was just to verify Ji Zongzi's defensive power. The purpose of letting a group of spirit pets take action was also very simple. Strong people like Ji Zongzi were rare, and fighting with him could increase a lot of combat experience. It would not be too late for him to kill Ji Zongzi after the spirit pet's experiential learning was over. Anyway, in Moonshine City, Ji Zongzi could not escape even if he had wings. So many high-level spirit pets. Ji Zongzi opened his mouth slightly and was stunned for a moment before he roared. Su Chen, what kind of skill is it to let your spirit pets deal with me? If you have the ability, do it yourself. Su Chen ignored him. He waved his hand and ordered, let's go together and kill him. The gold-devouring beetles and the other spirit pets rushed forward like crazy, wanting to show off. Su Chen, should I go too? The golden puppet asked. The gold-devouring beetles, Vajra Willow, and the flaming phoenix were all experts among experts. The heavenly overlord turtle and the super-ancient devouring Vajra mosquito were not weak either. If they joined forces to deal with a single person, they would be able to crush him. The golden puppet felt that if it rushed forward, it wouldn't even have a chance to attack. You don't have to do anything for the time being. Give him a few powerful blows when he's not paying attention, Su Chen said with a smile. Understood. The golden puppet slowly walked up. Su Chen wanted it to launch a sneak attack, and it understood tacitly. On the other side, the gold-devouring beetles and the 5 spirit pets were already fighting with Ji Zongzi. Although Ji Zongzi was a second-level saint rank existence, his attack power was very limited, and was not even comparable to Wu Yazi. He only relied on a holy armor, and his defense was far superior to his peers. Under the joint attack of the 5 spirit pets, he was quickly pressed to the ground and suffered a storm of attacks without the slightest ability to fight back. Su Chen, your spirit pets are getting more and more powerful. Wu Yazi sighed with emotion. Seeing Ji Zongzi being ravaged, his heart was very comfortable. Not bad. Su Chen smiled. The 5 spirit pets, after taking the level 10 physique potion, had been promoted to level 10. In the same level, except for him, no one could resist their joint attack. Chapter 927. This kind of attack lasted for 10 minutes. Ji Zongzi was tortured and suffered several heavy blows from the golden puppet. He almost fainted. It could be said that he was suffering unspeakably. Even the sacred armor on his body was about to be shattered. Realizing that he was no match for him, Ji Zongzi decisively used the teleportation talisman. But to his despair, the teleportation talisman seemed to have been damaged and couldn't teleport him out of here. Su Chen, tell your spirit pets to stop. I have something to say. Ji Zongzi roared desperately. If he continued to be beaten like this, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. He could only calm Su Chen down first. When Su Chen saw that the time was almost right, he also let the group of spiritual pets retreat. Do you have any last words? Su Chen stared at Ji Zongzi and said faintly, Su Chen, I can give you everything. In addition, I can also return the dwarf continent to Wu Yazi as long as you spare my life. Ji Zongzi gasped for breath. Su Chen and Wu Yazi looked at each other and sneered at the same time. Ji Zongzi was like a retard. Wouldn't they get all these things if they killed him? Did they still need him to give them? Don't you have anything else of value? For example, secret realms or something like that? Su Chen asked. He wouldn't let Ji Zongzi go. The reason why he said so much was that he wanted to see if he could take the opportunity to get some useful information. I don't know anything about secret realms. I've been in seclusion on the dwarf continent in recent years. Ji Zongzi said truthfully. Su Chen shook his head. So you're no longer useful. Feeling a murderous intent, Jitsongzi was shocked. He gritted his teeth and said, Suchin, don't kill me. I can submit to you. I'm a second-stage sacred rank powerhouse. In order to survive, he couldn't care so much anymore. Moreover, in his opinion, with his cultivation, Suchin would definitely be tempted. I don't care about people like you. Suchin quickly rushed to Jitsongzi and launched a drunken dream from afar. You. Before Jitsongzi could react, he fell into a daze. Suchin rushed forward and chopped down with his sword. At the same time, a black whirlpool that was about 10 feet in size rapidly fell on Jitsongzi's head. Creak. Crack. Accompanied by a shattering sound. The armor that wrapped around Jitsongzi's head shattered one after another. His head was also shattered by the black vortex, and he died on the spot. Instantly, thousands of fragments emerged from his body. Suchin collected all the fragments and found a storage pouch on Jitsongzi's body. He also took off the purple armor. The defensive power of the purple armor was astonishing. Although it was damaged, Wu Yazi should be able to repair it. Senior, this armor is for you. After returning to Wu Yazi's side, Suchin gave him the purple armor. With this armor and the 18 shields, Wu Yazi's defensive power was even greater than the gold-devouring beetles. Then I'll accept it. Having been with Suchin for so long, Wu Yazi didn't stand on ceremony. Later, Moon Spirit put away the Moonshine City, and Suchin's trio returned to the intelligent war chariot. Jitsongzi was dead, and the next step was to recruit master craftsmen. Wu Yazi had to personally do this kind of recruitment. After spending 3 days, Wu Yazi recruited 10 master craftsmen. After Suchin arranged for them to enter the primal chaos space, he said to Wu Yazi, Senior, help me forge 100 sacred swords as soon as possible. Chapter 928. As Suchin's level continued to increase, the opponents he encountered also became stronger. Attacks like the Pegasus Meteor Punch were no longer enough to cause damage to his opponents. Currently, only the 10,000 lights killing technique and ice and fire magic could deal a fatal blow to his opponents. However, ice and fire magic had great limitations. After using it, there would be a period of weakness. Therefore, Lin Yu urgently needed to develop another killer move. The 100 swords in one's killing power was definitely not ordinary. It was the most suitable new trump card. Don't worry, I will definitely create 100 holy swords in the shortest time possible. Wu Yazi promised. Thank you, Senior. Suchin thanked him. After that, Wu Yazi entered the chaos space and gathered a group of master blacksmiths to create the holy swords in full swing. Satoshi, which race's boundary point is it connected to? Suchin asked. The Starry Sky Grand competition would begin in half a year. He had to take advantage of this time to collect more fragments. Therefore, he had to seize the time to hunt down those who had offended him. Master, there are 2 boundary points nearby. One is connected to the Tong race, and the other is connected to the Protoss. The intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Tong race Protoss, Suchin muttered. It was the first time he had heard of the Tong race. As they did not interact with each other, and had no enmity to speak of, he did not plan to go to the Tong race. However, it was different for the Protoss. He had a deep grudge with the 5 super races. There had been several major battles. He had long planned to destroy the Protoss. Satoshi, enter the Protoss, Suchin ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the boundary point that was connected to the Protoss, and activated the teleportation function. Suchin suddenly exclaimed softly. He had experienced the intelligent war chariot's teleportation several times. It was nothing more than the world spinning. However, this did not happen this time. In front of him was endless darkness. There was also a suffocating silence. Suchin realized that something was wrong. He anxiously called out, Satoshi, what happened? There was no reply, and the surroundings were still eerily silent. Could it be that something went wrong while the intelligent war chariot was traveling and it fell into a deep sleep? Suchin narrowed his eyes as his mind raced. Regardless of whether or not this was the case, he had to first determine where he was. Su Chen immediately released his mental strength to explore the surroundings, but he was surprised to find that his mental strength could only linger around his body, and could not extend outwards at all. What exactly happened? This was the first time something like this had happened. Su Chen couldn't help but frown deeply. Su Chen, don't panic. Suddenly an aged voice entered Su Chen's ears. Who? Su Chen was shocked. He quickly looked around, and a bright spot appeared in his line of sight. This bright spot was rapidly approaching from afar. When it arrived in front of Lin Yu, it was a silver-haired old man who was emitting a brilliant light. This person sat cross-legged on a 9-colored lotus mountain. Although he did not do anything, he gave off a powerful feeling that he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. It was as if everything in the world was under his control. Senior, you know me? Su Chen sized up the other party and asked in a low voice. He was sure that this was the first time he had seen this mysterious old man in front of him. How did the other party know his name? This is the first time we've met, but I've heard of your name long ago. The mysterious old man laughed. Chapter 929. Senior, who are you? Su Chen asked coldly. Appearing here inexplicably, it must be the mysterious old man's doing. Who exactly was that mysterious old man? What means did he use to get me here? My name is Wutsong. The mysterious old man said lightly, then chuckled. But the people of the myriad races call me the Realm Lord. Realm Lord? Su Chen's eyelids twitched and he cried out. You are the Realm Lord of the myriad races. When he was in the undead races continent, he heard Venerable Wuyo talk about the Realm Lord of the myriad races, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes. Rumor has it that the Realm Lord is likely to be a God-state expert. Su Chen knew that he was definitely not a match for a God-state expert, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. I didn't expect you to know about me before entering the void. You are indeed not simple. Wutsong laughed. Senior, why did you bring me here? Su Chen probed. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you, I just want to chat with you. Wutsong smiled faintly, and his tone was very gentle. Chat. The dignified Realm Lord of the myriad races, the #1 expert in the void, actually wanted to chat with someone? Are all Realm Lords so free? Su Chen clicked his tongue and asked. Senior, how did you have the confidence to get me here? He was clearly shuttling between realms. Could it be that a God-state expert was so powerful that he could move people to other realms at will? I was just communicating with you through a trace of divine thought. Your body has now entered the God race's continent, but you have fallen into a coma. Wutsong explained with a smile. Divine thought communication? Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief, and asked. What does Senior want to talk to me about? The Realm Lord of the myriad races wanted to chat with someone. He definitely wouldn't talk about trivial things. He was clear about this. The content of the chat is actually very simple. I hope you will stop killing and not continue to hunt people of other races. Wutsong said seriously. And Lin Yu didn't expect Wutsong to talk to him about this. However, it was definitely not a simple matter to let those people of other races go. Let's not talk about the irreconcilable enmity between them. The crux of the matter was that killing the mutated tribesmen would drop fragments. Without fragments, how could he increase his strength quickly? Senior, the foreign races can kill human cultivators. Why can't I kill them? Su Chen did not intend to compromise and argued strongly. Wutsong shook his head and sighed. The fights between the other races and the human race can only be regarded as small skirmishes. It's not enough to cause serious damage. But you're different. You can easily wipe out an entire clan. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said coldly, according to Senior, only the non-human race can bully me, but I can't fight back. Indeed, Wutsong was right, but he still did not want to accept it. So what if he was a deity realm expert? Could a deity realm expert be unreasonable? Wutsong smiled bitterly and said, You say these words like you've suffered a great grievance? Who among the other races doesn't know how powerful you are? When they see you, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. They can't wait to avoid you. Who would dare to provoke you? That's now. In the past, they bullied me a lot, Suchin said in a muffled voice. Even in the past, the mutated tribesman suffered a great loss in his hands. The reason why he said this was completely for Wutsong to hear. Wutsong thought for a moment and said, "Then what do you want to let them go? As long as it's not too much, I can make the decision on their behalf." Chapter 930. Senior, why are you helping the strange races? Suchin asked, puzzled. Reaching Wutsong's realm, shouldn't he be detached from worldly affairs and wholeheartedly focus on cultivation? There are some things that only people at my level can know, Wutsong said meaningfully. Wutsong said meaningfully, then chuckled. The enemy of our myriad races is the void beasts. If you kill the people of the other races, who will resist them? With you here, will the void beast dare to be presumptuous? Suchin said directly. A god realm expert could overturn rivers and seas. Who would dare to go against a god realm expert? You only know one thing, but not the other, Wutsong explained. The void beast also has a god realm expert. Moreover, we have an agreement that we can't act casually. Suchin pondered for a moment. Then he said, Senior, even if you protect those trash, they won't be a match for the void beast, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of cultivation resources? Wutsong had already said so. If it was someone else, they would have already agreed. However, Suchin didn't intend to let the strange races go so easily. They are indeed trash in your eyes. However, trash also has room to grow. If you kill them directly, how will they have a chance? Wutsong explained. Senior, there is one thing I don't understand. Suchin thought for a moment. Then he said slowly, with your strength, it should be easy to deal with me. Why don't you just do it? In front of a god realm expert, he really had no room to resist. Deal with you? Wutsong laughed. You are important to me. How can I bear to deal with you? Important? Suchin was a little confused. Since he was so important, shouldn't he protect him? Why did he stop him from killing the strange races? Senior, what do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly? Suchin asked. I still say the same thing. When you reach my level, you will naturally understand. It is useless to say more now. Wutsong laughed. Wutsong's concealment made Suchin very uncomfortable, but he couldn't do anything to Wutsong. After thinking for a moment he said, Senior, I don't have to kill the outsiders on the continent, but in the void, I won't let them do as they please. He had long since sworn that he would uproot those human and outsider saint-grade experts who had been scheming against him. This was a fact that could not be changed. Even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality with Wutsong, it did not matter. Once we enter the void, you can do whatever you want. If they die in your hands, they can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. I will not interfere. Of course, if you are in danger, I won't help you. Wutsong promised and then said, Of course, if you are in danger, I won't help you. Suchin nodded. Since this matter has been settled, it's time to talk about compensation. Name a number, Wutsong said indifferently. For Senior's sake, I won't ask for much. Ask the strange races who have offended me, especially the 5 great races, to give me 100 mechanical hearts and 100 ores that can upgrade the strange flame. Lin Yu said seriously. Besides the fragment, these 2 were the only things that could help him. Of course, this number was a little too much. He just casually mentioned it, and waited for Wutsong to bargain. Wutsong smacked his lips. He knew that Suchin would take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price, but he didn't expect it to be so ruthless. 20 mechanical hearts and 20 ores that can upgrade the strange flame. In addition, I will give you something else as compensation, Wutsong said. Chapter 931. Suchin was satisfied with the compensation, so he said with a smile, Thank you, Senior. Wutsong nodded and reminded him, Suchin, I hope you can reach the divine realm as soon as possible, or your life will be in danger. What? Suchin frowned. He didn't understand why Wutsong said that. Wutsong explained. I know something about you and Heaven's Scattering Taoist. He is the one who wants to kill you. Heaven's Scattering Taoist? Suchin looked serious and asked, Senior, what's the cultivation of Heaven's Scattering Taoist? He had known that Heaven's Scattering Taoist wanted to kill him, but he didn't know how powerful Heaven's Scattering Taoist was. Stage 10 of the Holy Level. Wu Tsang said directly. Hiss. Suchin gasped. Although he knew that Heaven's Scattering Taoist was powerful, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Stage 10 of the Holy Level was second only to the Divine Realm. If he entered the void, wouldn't he be obliterated in an instant? Senior, in this case I can't enter the hollow? Suchin asked in a low voice. Yes. Wu Tsang replied and then said, I will stop Heaven's Scattering Taoist from killing you. But if he sends someone to kill you, I won't interfere. What on earth is this old guy up to? Suchin found it more and more difficult to figure out Wu Tsang. One moment, he wanted to stop Heaven's Scattering Taoist from killing him, and the next moment, he didn't interfere. Wasn't it contradictory? Senior, if Heaven's Scattering Taoist sends someone at stage 8 or 9 of the Holy Level to kill me, I won't be able to survive, Suchin said with a dignified look. At most, he can only send someone who is 2 levels higher than you to kill you. This is my order, and he dares not disobey it. Wu Tsang said with a smile. Since he could order Heaven's Scattering Taoist, why didn't he just stop him from killing him? Why on earth did he do this? Suchin was puzzled, but he knew that even if he asked, Wu Tsang wouldn't tell him. Seeing that Suchin was silent, Wu Tsang continued. Suchin, you must remember, ascend to deity realm as soon as possible. If Heaven's Scattering Taoist promotes to the divine realm before you, I won't stop him, and I will even help him kill you. Help him kill me? Suchin looked serious and then asked, Senior, how long does it take for Heaven's Scattering Taoist to reach the divine realm? This was a matter of life and death. He had to be clear about this. It could be as short as a few hundred years, or as long as a few thousand years, Wu Tsang replied after thinking for a moment. Hearing this, Suchin heaved a heavy sigh. To him, he didn't even need 10 years to advance to the deity realm. In this way, Heaven's loose Taoist would not be able to threaten him. At that time, the one who should be worried would be Heaven's loose Taoist. Senior, when will you give me the compensation? Suchin took a deep breath and asked. You can wait in the deity continent. Someone will send it to you. Wu Tsang replied and then glanced at Suchin. Seeing that Suchin was calm, he asked curiously, Suchin, aren't you worried at all? Suchin was talented and his cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, it was extremely difficult for him to promote to the divine realm in 100 years. So, wasn't he worried that Heaven's Scattering Taoist would promote to the divine realm before him? The corner of Suchin's mouth twitched as he said meaningfully, When that day comes, Senior will naturally understand. Wu Tsang was a little shocked. He said the same thing before, but he didn't expect Suchin to play the same trick with him. Wu Tsang shook his head and said slowly, Since you are so confident, I won't ask anymore. If there is nothing else, I will leave. I hope you will be an expert of the divine realm when we meet next time. Senior, please. Suchin smiled faintly. Chapter 932. Wu Tsang didn't say anything else and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Along with him, the surrounding darkness disappeared as well. Suchin also found himself back in the intelligent war chariot at this time. Master, you're awake? At this moment, the intelligent war chariot suddenly said. Suchin calmed down and asked, Satoshi, what happened to me just now? Master, you seem to have fallen asleep just now. The intelligent war chariot said truthfully. Suchin nodded. He didn't know what method Wu Tsang used to drag his soul into the endless darkness just now. He still had some lingering fears about this method. Satoshi, find a place to stop, Suchin ordered. Wu Tsang said that he would order someone to send the things over in 10 days. In the meantime, he would just wait here. Then he opened the Doomsday Shopping Center and looked at it. Since he had nothing to do, he was prepared to exchange for some things to increase the strength of the people around him. In the end, he left 100,000 energy points as a backup. The remaining energy points were all exchanged for various levels of Constitution Potion. Wu Yazi and Li Kuiyang, the two false saints, each received a bottle of level 12 Constitution Potion. Shang, Kai Li, and the other level 10 cultivators also received level 11 Constitution Potion. When they entered the void and consumed it, they would be promoted to the false saint level. As for Chun Feng and the others, because they hadn't reached level 10, they weren't restricted. After receiving the Constitution Potion, they directly consumed it and quickly leveled up. When their realm stabilized a little, Su Chun gave them Constitution Potion, again, raising their cultivation to level 10 in one fell swoop. As for the remaining people, Tan Lin and the others, because their foundation was too weak, they couldn't level up too quickly, so they only leveled up to level 8. During this period, in addition to helping everyone level up, Su Chun also had a good time with Tan Lin and Yang Qian. They fought for several days in a row and completely released. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the agreed time, a god race man found Su Chun's place. Su Chun, I've brought the things. Come out. The god race man said to the intelligent war chariot. Seeing his expression clearly, he was very indignant. Su Chun got out of the car, glanced at him, and said coldly, throw it over. The god race man did not hesitate. He took out a storage pouch from his waist and threw it to Su Chun. Then he reminded him, I've given it to you. Hurry and leave our god race's mainland. Upon hearing this, Su Chun narrowed his eyes. The other party was only a level 10 cultivator, yet he dared to speak to him in a commanding tone. Did he really think that he would not dare to kill him? Indeed, he had promised Wu Tsang. However, the prerequisite was that the other party did not provoke him. If you dare to speak to me in such a tone again, I'll kill you on the spot. A cold glint flashed across Su Chun's eyes as he stared coldly at the god race man. The divine race male was slightly stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly and said, Su Chun, you're crazy my ass. The Realm Lord has already said that you cannot attack us. Could it be that you dare to disobey the Realm Lord's words? You want to use the Sector Lord to suppress me? Su Chun sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, a giant hand came down from the sky and slammed heavily on the divine race male's body. With a loud bang, a huge handprint suddenly appeared in front of Su Chun. The divine race male died on the spot without leaving any bones behind. At the same time, Su Chun heard Wu Tsang's voice in his ear. This kind of thing will not happen in the future. I will warn them. Thank you, Senior, Su Chun said lightly. Seeing that Wu Tsang did not reply, Su Chun checked the items in the storage pouch. Chapter 933. Seeing that there were 20 mechanical hearts and 20 spirit gathering stones in the storage bag, as well as thousands of high-level energy stones, Su Chun's lips curled up slightly. The intelligent war chariot needed 16 mechanical hearts to upgrade to level 12, which was the first stage of the holy level. As for the remaining 4, one was given to the mechanical soldier. The other 3 were left behind. When he found the remaining 3 holy level puppets, he would install them on them. 20 spirit gathering stones were enough to upgrade 2 heavenly fires to the level of holy fire. As for the energy stones, Su Chun threw them all into the planting dimension. The high-grade ones were installed on the time accelerator, and the low-grade ones were thrown into the spring of life to make spiritual liquid. Satoshi, is there a boundary point to enter the void nearby? Su Chun asked. Now that he had received the compensation, the next step was to explore the void. If there was a boundary point nearby, he could enter from here. If there wasn't, he could return to the demon continent and enter the void from there. The intelligent war chariot searched and replied, Master, there is a boundary point to enter the void nearby. Su Chun nodded. Then wait here. Then he opened the chaos dimension and contacted Wu Yazi. Senior, how many holy swords have you forged? If he could forge 100 holy swords as soon as possible, he planned to cultivate 100 swords into one before entering the void. A total of 57 swords, Wu Yazi replied. Su Chun was quite satisfied with this speed. So he asked, Senior, how long will it take to forge the remaining 47 swords? About 10 days. Wu Yazi thought for a moment and replied. Senior, continue forging. Su Chen replied, then called Tan Lin and Yang Qian out of the chaos dimension. He planned to cultivate 100 swords into one before entering the void. During this time, he could spend some time with Tan Lin and Yang Qian. 10 days later, Wu Yazi and the others successfully forged 100 holy swords. Su Chen spent 5 days to cultivate 100 swords into one. 100 lightning elemental holy swords combined into one. And the power that was unleashed was even greater than the fusion of ice and fire magic. It had become Su Chen's strongest killing move. With this trump card in hand, Su Chen did not waste time on the room. He ordered the intelligent war chariot. Satoshi, enter the void. Yes. The intelligent war chariot activated the shuttling function and successfully entered the void through the weak point of the boundary point. After a moment of dizziness, Su Chen quickly looked out of the car. He saw specks of starlight in the distance, emitting a gorgeous color, giving people a feeling of magnificence. Nearby, there were some small meteorites floating around. From time to time, ripples would appear around the meteorite. Shockingly, they were all spatial turbulence. This also meant that in the vast and boundless void, while beautiful scenery existed, there were also dangers everywhere. Su Chen glanced at it and quickly retracted his gaze. After entering the void, he could increase his strength at will. He had to seize the time to increase his level first. Then he spent 30,000 energy points to exchange for a level 13 all attributes fragment and raised his cultivation to stage 2 sage. At the same time, he informed Wu Yazi and the others about entering the void and asked them to use the Constitution Potion to increase their level. The intelligent war chariot consumed 16 mechanical hearts and successfully leveled up to level 12. Su Chen also used 2 upgrade gems to upgrade the mechanical soldier to level 12 and installed a mechanical heart. Chapter 934. Satoshi, in your current form, can you withstand the void turbulence outside? Su Chen asked. He didn't know how long it would take to reach the void fortress. The biggest threat on the way was the void turbulence. Master, normal void turbulence can't hurt me, but I can't withstand the void turbulence that forms space cracks, the intelligent war chariot said honestly. Not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly. There wouldn't be many large-scale void turbulence in the void. Even if there were, they could just go around it. In this way, the threat of the void turbulence would be minimized. Satoshi, what's your detection range now? Su Chen continued to ask. 50,000 square kilometers, the intelligent war chariot said directly. When the intelligent war chariot was at level 10, its detection range was 10,000 square kilometers. At level 12, its detection range increased by 40,000 square kilometers. The increase was relatively large. If it was on the continent, this detection range would be enough. However, the void was too vast. A detection range of 50,000 square kilometers was a little insufficient. Su Chen pondered for a while and ordered, Satoshi, search the nearby area. It was his first time entering the void. The first thing he had to do was to check if there were any dangers nearby. Master, we found 2 spaceships. One is from the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the other is from the Void Beasts, the intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Void Beasts? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The Void Beasts and the Alliance of 10,000 Races were mortal enemies. They would definitely kill each other when they met. As a member of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, he had the obligation to kill the Void Beasts. Moreover, killing the Void Beasts would give him Void Energy Stones. As for whether he would get fragments, it was hard to say. Satoshi observed them. What's their cultivation level? Su Chen said. After all, this was the void and not the continent. Even if he had reached the second stage of the saint level, he couldn't be careless. Master, the highest level on the Alliance of 10,000 Races side is a level 10 cultivator. The rest are all below level 10. There are 5 level 10 cultivators among the Void Beasts. The rest are also below level 10, the intelligent war chariot replied. His level was so low. Suchin did not expect this. Initially, he thought that those who were traveling in the void would be at least at the sage level. Who would have thought that he would encounter so many people below level 10? Satoshi, lock onto them and chase after them, Suchin ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot moved at full speed and chased after him. 10 minutes later, 2 spaceships, one white and one black, appeared in front of the intelligent chariot. Each spaceship was more than 20 meters long, and they seemed to be chasing each other. Satoshi, which spaceship belongs to the void beast? Suchin asked. Before making a move, he had to make sure that he didn't kill the wrong person. Master, the black one behind belongs to the void beast, the intelligent war chariot reminded. Suchin nodded, then opened the car door and rushed out. Now that he had reached the second stage of the Saint rank, his speed was much faster than the intelligent war chariot even if he didn't use the rapid combat boots. As soon as Suchin entered the void, he discovered that there were many spatial turbulences around him. However, they were all ordinary spatial turbulences. With his current physique of the second stage of the Saint rank, coupled with the ancient godfiend body, he could directly ignore these spatial turbulences. Then he started to run. When he got close to the black spaceship, he raised his hand and threw out a Pegasus meteor punch. With a series of loud sounds, the black spaceship shattered, and all the void beasts inside were killed. He's a cultivator of the myriad races. He must be a sage-level expert. But he looks too young. Why is he so strong? The cultivators of the myriad races in the white spaceship were all extremely shocked when they saw Suchin blow up the spaceship of the void beast with one punch. Chapter 935. Suchin narrowed his eyes and glanced at the wreckage of the black spaceship. When he saw thousands of fragments, he couldn't help but smile. Fragments could be obtained from killing void beasts. It was too beneficial for him, because void beasts were the most abundant in the void. This way, he could continue to hunt and quickly improve his cultivation. After collecting the fragments, Suchin's gaze drifted and landed on the white spaceship. He raised his voice and said, "Open the door. I have something to ask you." With a creak, the moment the door opened, a thin old man walked out and respectfully said to Suchin, "Senior, please come in." Not only did Suchin save them, but he was also a saint-level powerhouse. They didn't dare to neglect him. "Xiaoji, wait here," Wang Yao said. Suchin instructed and slowly walked into the white spaceship. In the spaceship, other than the thin elder, there were more than 10 people. At this moment, they were standing respectfully to the side, waiting for Suchin's questions. Suchin narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "Where are you from?" "Senior, we live on Lijiao Island," the thin elder hurriedly replied. There were some small pieces of land floating in the void. They were collectively called islands. Regardless of whether it was cultivators or void beasts, they could all live on them. "What's the cultivation of the strongest person on Lijiao Island?" Suchin continued to ask. "Stage 1 saint level." The thin elder replied truthfully. "So low." Suchin didn't quite understand. How dangerous was the void? How could they survive with such a low cultivation? How many cultivators are there on Lijiao Island? Suchin asked. He suspected that there weren't many people on Lijiao Island, which was why they could survive until now. Otherwise, if there were too many people, they would have attracted the void beast's attention and been slaughtered. "There are more than 1,000 people in total," the thin elder replied. Suchin frowned and looked at the skinny old man. He asked in confusion, "There are so many of you, but there is only one saint. How did you survive until now?" The skinny old man explained. "The resources near Lijiao Island are barren. In addition, there are more spatial turbulences, so very few people come here. Even the void beasts look down on them. However, for some reason, an army of void beasts attacked Lijiao Island today. How many void beasts are there?" Suchin was a little tempted. If the number of heavenly void beasts was high enough, then he could go ahead and exterminate them, taking advantage of the opportunity to harvest some fragments and heavenly void energy stones. There are about 1,000 of them, but there are 2 first-stage saint-level void beasts. The skinny old man sighed. When Lijiao Island was attacked, its destruction was inevitable. Without a safe place to stay, it was only a matter of time before they died. Therefore, he was in a very bad mood. Suchin thought of something and asked calmly, "How far is Lijiao Island from here?" If it was not too far, he planned to make a trip there. After all, there were 1,000 void beasts and 2 first-stage saint-level void beasts. If all of them were killed, the fragments that would burst out would not be a small amount. The skinny old man thought for a moment and replied, "About half a day." Suchin knew that the skinny old man was referring to taking their spaceship. If it was the intelligent war chariot, it would take at most 2 hours. 2 hours was worth a trip. "Follow me to Lijiao Island." Suchin pulled the skinny old man back to the intelligent war chariot, without any explanation. "Senior, are you really going to Lijiao Island?" the skinny old man asked tentatively. Suchin was undoubtedly a saint-level expert. If he returned to Lijiao Island, he might be able to save the cultivators there. But after all, there were 2 saint-level void beasts and 1,000 high-level void beasts. Could Suchin change the situation if he went alone? Would he be like a lamb in a tiger's den? Chapter 936. You just have to lead the way. Don't worry about anything else. Suchin said in an unquestionable tone. Yes. The skinny old man was shocked and replied with a trembling voice. Later, under his guidance, the intelligent war chariot drove straight in a direction. On the way, Suchin and the skinny old man talked about some things about Lijiao Island. Lijiao Island had existed for thousands of years. After so many years of reproduction, it had formed a new race. Old Xia, since the living conditions here are so difficult, why don't you return to the mainland? Suchin asked curiously. Old Xia was the skinny old man. His full name was Xia Tao. Living on the mainland, no matter what, they did not have to live in fear all day like in the void. Suchin did not understand this. Senior, it's not difficult to return to the mainland. You just have to pay some void energy stones or void energy stones. However, the cultivation resources on the mainland are limited after all. It's very difficult to improve one's cultivation. On the other hand, in the void, even in barren places, you can find some high-level cultivation resources. Cultivators like us pursue to improve our cultivation and become a saint-level powerhouse one day. Therefore, no one is willing to return to the mainland, Xia Tao explained. Suchin could understand this. If it were him, he would make the same choice. Let's take a rest first. It should take less than an hour to reach Lijiao Island. Suchin said and sat in the driver's seat. Then he started the chaos space and contacted Li Kuiyang and the others. After all, there were more than 1,000 void beasts on Lijiao Island. If he was alone, he could definitely kill all of them. However, the void beasts were not fools. If they realized that they were no match for them, they would definitely run away. This required the help of Li Kuiyang and the others. Suchin explained the situation and closed the chaos space. Anyway, they had not reached Lijiao Island yet. There was no need to rush to call them out. After the intelligent war chariot flew for more than an hour, Xia Tao reminded, Senior, there's a spatial turbulence in front. We need to go around it. Is it an ordinary spatial turbulence or a large-scale one? Suchin asked casually. If it was an ordinary one, there was no need to pay any attention to it. Ordinary spatial turbulence, but there are a lot of them, Xia Tao said without hesitation. Don't worry about it. Just go through it. Suchin's tone was very calm. Pass through? Ignoring space turbulence? Xia Tao was dumbfounded. What kind of spaceship could ignore the spatial turbulence? He dared to pass through the spatial turbulence? Did he want to die? Xia Tao's heart was in a mess. However, since Suchin had already said so, he did not dare to ask further. He could only brace himself and guide the intelligent war chariot. Soon, the intelligent war chariot entered the spatial turbulence and passed through it easily without suffering any damage from beginning to end. Seeing this, Xia Tao was even more surprised. Master, we've found traces of the void beast, the intelligent war chariot reminded. Then he projected the image onto the central control screen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around. He saw 2 saint-level void beasts attacking a saint level of the myriad races. From the looks of it, this saint level of the myriad races was at a complete disadvantage. He would probably not be able to hold on for long before he was killed. Satoshi, how long will it take to reach Lijiao Island? Su Chen asked. No need for 3 minutes. Su Chen nodded. If that saint level of the myriad races could hold on for 3 minutes, he would have a chance to survive. If he could not hold on, he could only be unlucky. Chapter 937. As time went by, the saint-level saint of the myriad races was in great danger. In the end, he was knocked to the ground, and one of his arms was blown off. Li Chuanqi, you want to go against us? Do you know how powerful we are this time? A saint-level void beast sneered and slowly walked toward Li Chuanqi. The other cultivators of the myriad races were disheartened when they saw that Li Chuanqi had been seriously injured. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot flew over Lijiao Island. Its appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was the place where the cultivators of the myriad races and the void beasts were fighting. It was very strange that a silver spaceship suddenly appeared. Were the people in the spaceship not afraid of being affected and blown to pieces? Get out of here! A saint-level void beast glanced at the intelligent war chariot and shouted. He looked very arrogant. Su Chen opened the door and got out of the car. Xia Tao followed closely behind Su Chen. However, compared to Su Chen's calm expression, he was trembling all over, and his face was full of fear. Hey, it's a human! When the holy level void beast saw Su Chen's appearance, it first let out a soft cry of surprise, then it sneered. Boy, are you here to die? I'm here to kill you. Su Chen curled the corner of his mouth slightly, and instantly released his mind power. Kill me? The saint-level void beast was stunned for a moment, and then laughed wildly. Boy, King. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, an enormous and shapeless force suddenly surged over from all directions, and it firmly restrained him. Mind power. The saint-level void beast's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted to another saint-level void beast. He's a saint-level spirit reader. Come and help me. Xia Tao was stunned. He remembered clearly that Su Chen was a saint-level evolver. How did he become a saint-level spirit reader? At this moment, another saint-level void beast pounced on Su Chen fiercely. You're asking for death. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. First, he used his spiritual power to crush the holy level void beast, then threw a punch at the holy level void beast that was charging toward him. There was a loud explosion. The holy level void beast was instantly pulverized by a single punch. Witnessing the scene, the entire Lijiao Island fell into a suffocating silence. Whether it was the void beasts or the cultivators of the myriad races, they were all dumbfounded. Su Chen easily killed 2 holy level void beasts, and his powerful strength was fully displayed. Some people even realized that Su Chen might be a second-level Saint Realm expert. Moreover, he was a dual-profession second-level Saint Realm expert. He's actually this strong, Xia Tao murmured as he stared at Su Chen's back. As the 2 holy-level void beasts were killed one after another, the rest of the void beasts panicked. They looked at each other and fled from Lijiao Island. Su Chen directly opened the chaos space and the pet raising space. Li Kuiyang and the others, as well as the gold-devouring beetles and other spiritual pets, came out in a line and chased after the void beasts. Su Chen also joined the ranks of the pursuers. So many experts. Xia Tao was deeply shocked when he saw Su Chen summon so many experts at once. Xia Tao. At this moment, Li Chuanqi's voice rang in Xia Tao's ears. Island Master, are you all right? Xia Tao came back to his senses and jogged to Li Chuanqi's side. Xia Tao, who is this senior? Li Chuanqi looked at Su Chen and asked in a low voice. Chapter 938. He didn't tell me his name, and I didn't dare to ask. Xiaotao lowered his head and said, "Then how did you meet him?" Li Chuanqi continued to ask. Xiaotao then recounted his encounter with Su Chun in full detail. "No matter what, he saved us. We have to thank him properly." Li Chuanqi muttered. It could be expected that if it weren't for Su Chun, Lijiao Island would have been destroyed today. Su Chun was definitely their savior. 10 minutes later, Su Chun led a group of experts to kill all the void beasts. After collecting the fragments, they dug out the void energy stones and returned. "Senior, thank you for saving our lives." With Xiaotao's help, Li Chuanqi came to Su Chen's side and bowed to thank him. "I didn't come here just to save you," Su Chen said calmly. "If it weren't for the proximity and the fact that he could get fragments from killing the void beasts, he wouldn't have wasted his time here. No matter what, I still have to thank you." Although Su Chen said it casually, Li Chuanqi was still very respectful. Su Chen nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Are there many void beasts around here?" "This is considered a barren land in the void. There are almost no void beasts around. The ones who attacked Lijiao Island were a group of wandering void beasts. They don't have a fixed place to stay and wander around the void. After discovering Lijiao Island, they wanted to snatch it," Li Chuanqi explained. "I see." Su Chen mumbled and continued to ask, "Have you heard of the Void Fortress?" The Star Tournament would begin in less than half a year. The most important thing now was to head to the Void Fortress and meet up with Qi Mufeng. However, the communication pearl that Qi Mufeng gave him only had the function of guiding him. It didn't indicate the distance between them. In order to avoid messing things up, he felt that it was necessary to ask around. Void Fortress. Li Chuanqi pondered for a moment and probed. "Senior, is the Void Fortress you mentioned the location of the Qi family, one of the top 10 clans?" "Exactly." Su Chen's eyes lit up. Since Li Chuanqi could name the Qi clan, he should know about the Void Fortress. Li Chuanqi took a deep breath and said, "The Void Fortress is tens of thousands of miles away from here. If we take a spaceship, it will take at least a year even if we don't encounter any interception or spatial turbulence." 1 year? Su Chen's brows furrowed. A year later, the Starry Sky Grand Tournament would be over. By then, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Even if they went there, it would be meaningless. However, he immediately recalled that Qi Mufeng had only entered the void a month earlier than him. Even if he had taken a flying ship, it would be impossible for him to rush back to the Qi family in half a year. This meant that there must be a shortcut. With that in mind, Su Chen asked, "Is there a way to quickly reach the Void Fortress?" Li Chuanqi replied, "Senior, there are many places in the void occupied by the cultivators of the myriad races. In particular, some of the major forces have teleportation formations. However, I don't know which teleportation formations we have to go through to reach the Void Fortress. Teleportation formations could indeed greatly reduce time. No matter how far the distance was, as long as one used a teleportation formation, it wouldn't take much time." Su Chen could guess that Qi Mufeng must have used a teleportation formation to return to the Qi family. "Where is there a teleportation formation nearby?" Su Chen asked. "There is a teleportation formation in the Flaming Leaf Forest," Li Chuanqi replied. "Forest?" Su Chen was puzzled. "There is a forest in the void?" Li Chuanqi explained. "The Flaming Leaf Forest is located on a small broken continent. Because there is only one kind of plant that grows on it, it got its name." Chapter 939. Su Chen nodded. "How far is the Flaming Leaf Forest from here?" Since only the Flaming Leaf Forest had a teleportation array nearby, they could only go there first. "If we take a spaceship, it will take about 5 days, Li Chuanqi replied. 5 days wasn't a short distance at all. "Do you have a map of the nearby area?" Su Chen asked. It was his first time entering the void, and he was unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. Without a map, it was impossible to reach the Flaming Leaf Forest. "Yes." Li Chuanqi quickly took out a map and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly found the exact location of the Flaming Leaf Forest on the map. Then he greeted Li Chuanqi and returned to the intelligent war chariot with the map. As for Li Qiren and the others and the puppets, they had already been stored in the chaos space and pet raising space. The first thing Suchin did when he returned to the car was to place the map on the central control screen. After the intelligent war chariot finished scanning, Suchin ordered, "Satoshi, head to the Flaming Leaf Forest immediately." Yes. The intelligent war chariot moved at full speed and left Lijiao Island in the blink of an eye. On the way, Suchin sat in the driver's seat and began to sort out the fragments. This time he did not kill many void beasts, but he obtained more than 20,000 fragments. Suchin spent nearly 2 hours sorting out the fragments and exchanged 4 bottles of Level 11 Constitution Potion in one go. He distributed them to the Flaming Phoenix and his 4 spiritual pets. As the gold-devouring beetles had swallowed a Saint Stage giant white ape, they had already advanced to the false Saint Stage and did not need it. Behind them, Suchin picked up the map and slowly looked at it. Suddenly, a signal from the longevity fruit tree came from the planting space. "Little longevity, what's going on?" Suchin opened the planting space and communicated with it. The longevity fruit tree said excitedly, "Master, the tree of life has been resurrected." The tree of life had been resurrected. Suchin was also extremely excited and quickly released his mental strength to extend it. Soon he saw a small sapling the size of a thumb growing beside the longevity fruit tree. It seemed unremarkable, and could even be said to be tiny. However, the life aura it exuded was extremely dense. "Xiaoshou, how long will it take for the tree of life to grow?" Suchin asked. Right now the tree of life was still too weak. Only when it grew to a certain extent would it be able to produce life essence. With the life spirit fluid, he could revive the 5 thunder fruit tree and other spiritual plants. In addition, repairing the 5 elements heavenly dipper seal of the Vajra willow also required a branch of the tree of life. Those he had acquired before were of no use because of the withering. The longevity fruit tree pondered for a moment before replying, "At this rate, it'll be fully grown in less than a year." A year's time was very fast for spirit plants with long growth cycles like demon plants and holy artifacts. Suchin nodded and said a few more words before closing the plant dimension. Then he put away the map. Just as he was about to take a break, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, you found 3 saint-level masters of all races nearby. Which races are they? What's their cultivation level?" Suchin asked casually. 2 from the Night Devil clan, and 1 from the Beast clan. They're all at stage 1 saint level. The intelligent war chariot quickly replied. "The Beast clan?" Suchin raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, there was only 1 saint-level master in the Beast clan, and that was the ancestor of the Beast clan. He had met the ancestor twice, and he had cheated him of many things. Are they together? Suchin continued to ask. He could let go of the ancestor of the Beast clan, but he did not intend to let go of the saint-level master of the Night Devil clan. Chapter 940. Not together. The saint-level beast tamers are being hunted by the saint-level night devils, the intelligent war chariot replied. Being hunted? Suchin was taken aback. As far as he knew, the patriarch of the beast-taming clan was very good at judging the situation. Under normal circumstances, he would choose to swallow his anger and not offend others easily. Then why was he being hunted? Satoshi, lock onto them and chase after them, Suchin ordered. He had said that he would protect the beast tamers. Since they had bumped into each other, he would save his life. Also, he could take the opportunity to kill the 2 saint-level night devils. Yes. The intelligent war chariot started chasing at full speed. When they were less than a kilometer away, the swift bird suddenly warned, "Master, I feel the presence of a thunder fire." After the swift bird had taken the Constitution potion, its cultivation had reached level 10, and its senses had greatly improved. In the past, it did not have such a range of senses. A thunder fire? Suchin was excited. He had personally experienced the power of a thunder fire because he had 2 of them. At this moment, He even thought that if he could combine the thunder fire magic with his ice and fire magic, with the help of 3 thunder fires, its power would definitely destroy the world. Xiao Sun, what kind of thunder fire is that? Who has it? Su Chen asked. Thunder fire was something that could only be found by chance. Since he had encountered it, he had to get it. It's called the 9-spirit thunder fire. It's on the saint-level beast tamers, the swift bird replied. Su Chen nodded slightly. At this moment, he understood why the beast tamers were being hunted. It must be because of the 9-spirit thunder fire. There were very few thunder fires in the world. No matter who it was, they would fight for it. In less than a minute, the intelligent war chariot arrived in front of the 3 saint-level beast tamers. The 3 saint-level beast tamers, who were in the middle of a fight, also stopped and looked at the intelligent war chariot cautiously. They were all saint-level experts, but the intelligent war chariot dared to barge in. It must have come with ill intentions, and it had to attract their attention. The patriarch of the beast-taming clan glanced at the intelligent war chariot and thought to himself, could it be Su Chen? When he was on the mainland, he had seen the intelligent war chariot. But now, the intelligent war chariot was in the form of a spaceship. Its appearance was different from its flying form. Therefore, he couldn't be 100% sure. Old you, are you being hunted? Didn't I say I would protect you? You didn't mention my name? Su Chen got out of the car and looked at the grand ancestor of the beast tamers with a faint smile. Su Chen, it's really you. The patriarch of the beast tamer clan was pleasantly surprised. If it was in the past, he would definitely not want to see Su Chen. After all, he would be tricked every time he saw him. However, things were different now. He was being chased into a corner by 2 night demon saints. Su Chen's appearance was undoubtedly a savior. When the 2 night demon saints heard Su Chen's name, their faces turned extremely serious. Although they rarely returned to the mainland, they had heard of Su Chen's name. It was rumored that a few days ago, if it weren't for the Realm Lord's personal intervention, Su Chen would have eliminated the 5 super clans. Only the Realm Lord's personal intervention could stop Su Chen's massacre. It could be seen how terrifying Su Chen was. Moreover, they also knew that the Night Demon clan and Su Chen had a deep grudge. Would Su Chen take the opportunity to attack them? The 2 of them suddenly felt uneasy. Chapter 941. Su Chen, they are trying to kill me. Save me. The ancestral patriarch of the beast-taming race yelled at Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the 2 saints of the Night Demon clan coldly. Even though he didn't say anything, the 2 of them felt extremely pressured. One of the saints of the Night Demon clan suddenly thought of something. His fear disappeared and he started to laugh wildly. Aha! Su Chen, this is the void, not the continent. Do you still want to show off? On the continent, their power would be suppressed to level 10. They wouldn't be Su Chen's match at all. But in the void, their power wouldn't be suppressed. Rumor had it that Su Chen was only a level 10 cultivator. So what if he was stronger than his peers? How could he be a match for a level 1 saint? Hearing this, the ancestral patriarch of the beast-taming race's face turned pale. He only knew that Su Chen was powerful, but he had completely forgotten where he was. In the void, how could Su Chen be a match for 2 saint-level experts? You think so? Su Chen curled his lips and sneered. Then he released his soul energy and tied up the saint of the Night Demon clan who was talking. You're a saint too? How is that possible? The saint of the Night Demon clan yelled in shock. Su Chen's spiritual force was able to bind him to the point that he couldn't move. This meant that Su Chen was definitely a saint rank, and most likely a 2nd level saint rank or above. But wasn't Su Chen only level 10 when he was on the continent? Why did he level up so many times as soon as he entered the void? What he didn't know was that Su Chen had already become a level 1 saint in the country of zombies on the continent. He just didn't have the chance to show it, so he was mistaken as a level 10 cultivator. Su Chen has become a saint. The ancestral patriarch of the beast-taming race murmured in shock. There are many things you don't know. Su Chen pulled the saint of the Night Demon clan closer with his soul energy and threw a punch. There was a loud explosion. The night demon saint was blasted to pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Level 2 Saint level. Witnessing this scene, the patriarch of the Beast Tamer clan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The Night Devil clan's fleshly body defensive power was absolutely one of the best among the myriad of clans. For Su Chen to be able to blast him apart with a single punch, he was definitely a level 2 saint. The great ancestor of the beast taming clan clearly remembered that when he first met Su Chen was only at level 7. In just 2 short years, Su Chen had already grown to this point, becoming a second-level Saint Realm super powerhouse. His cultivation speed was so fast that it was terrifying to the extreme. When the other Night Demon clan Saint class realized that Su Chen was a second-stage Saint class existence, he was scared out of his wits and trembled all over. When Su Chen's eyes fell on him, his heart skipped a beat and he yelled, "Su Chen, we are all cultivators of the myriad clans. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Realm Lord will not let you go." He knew that Su Chen would not let him go. If he wanted to live, he had to use the Realm Lord to suppress Su Chen. "You want to use Old Wu to suppress me?" Su Chen snorted softly, raised his hand and threw out a Pegasus meteor punch, and easily killed him. His agreement with Wuzong was that he was not allowed to kill indiscriminately on the continent, but there was no such restriction in the void. "Come with me, Old Yu." After collecting the fragments, Su Chen called out to the ancestral patriarch of the beast-taming clan and returned to the intelligent chariot. Without any hesitation, the ancestral patriarch of the beast-taming clan followed Su Chen obediently. Chapter 942. Old Yu, why are the 2 night demons after you? Su Chen asked calmly. "I have a grudge with one of the night demons. When we met in the void, they wanted to kill me because they outnumbered me," the ancestor of the beast-taming tribe said without hesitation. Su Chen looked at the old ancestor of the beast-taming clan in a daze and thought to himself, "This old man can lie without blushing at all. He's lying so easily." He was sure that the night demons were after the exotic flame on the ancestor of the beast-taming tribe. That was the reason why he had come here. Since the ancestor of the beast-taming tribe refused to tell him the truth, he had to think of another way. "Su Chen, why are you in the void?" the ancestor of the beast-taming tribe asked at this moment. Hearing this, Su Chen had an idea. He pretended to be very angry and said coldly, "I recently got a thunder-strange fire, but I accidentally let it escape. Now I'm looking for it everywhere." "Thunder exotic flame?" The ancestor of the beast-taming tribe opened his mouth slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Su Chen snorted and continued, "If I find out who took my exotic flame, I'll cut him into pieces. I'll slaughter his entire tribe. Even the sector lord can't stop me." Gulp. The ancestor of the beast-taming tribe swallowed hard. He finally realized what was going on. Su Chen must have known that he had the 9-spirit thunder flame, and his purpose was to snatch it. He said that to threaten the ancestor of the beast-taming tribe to make him hand it over. Shameless. The ancestor of the beast-taming tribe was furious, but he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he said with a smile, "I happen to find an exotic flame. See if it's yours." He took out the 9 spiritual thunder flame from a spiritual beast pouch as he spoke. The 9-spirit lightning flame was covered in blue flames. It was only the size of a palm and looked similar to the bone-cold netherworld flame. It also looked like a small animal and was very cute. "This is it." Su Chen grabbed the 9-spirit lightning flame in his hand and flicked its forehead. He scolded, "If you dare to run around again, I'll break your dog legs." The 9-spirit lightning flame was stunned. "This is the first time we've met, okay? When have I ever escaped from your hands?" Su Chen did not give it a chance to speak and threw it into the pet-raising space. He had the bone-chill netherworld flame and the 8-waste destruction flame watch over it. After that, he looked at the patriarch of the beast-tamer clan and said gratefully, "Old Yu, thank you so much." "You're welcome." The ancestor of the beast-tamer clan forced a smile on his face. Su Chen cleared his throat and said, You helped me find the heavenly flame, and I saved your life. We're even now. You took a heavenly flame from me for free. Are we even now? The grand ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan felt indignant. However, thinking that if Suchin didn't appear in time this time, he would really be in danger, and his heart was relieved a lot. Old you, where do you plan to go? Suchin asked. He was in a hurry to go to the Flaming Leaf Forest, and did not want to talk to the ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan. The void is too dangerous. I plan to return to the Beast Tamer continent, the ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan replied. Suchin nodded and opened the car door. Then I won't waste your time. The ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan was stunned. Was Suchin asking him to leave? He had just taken a heavenly flame, and now he was turning his back on him? Wasn't that too heartless? The ancestor of the Beast Tamer clan clicked his tongue, and found an excuse for himself. I'm in a hurry to go back. Goodbye. With that, he got out of the car. The moment he got out of the car, the intelligent war chariot picked up speed and disappeared into the vast universe in the blink of an eye. You're tuning into the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.